Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Digital Era Twitch, and welcome not to the Cover Corp Coliseum, but to the hallowed grounds of the legendary Tokyo Dome. Tonight, we present 2 nights in one. This is an event that is as big, if not bigger, than Holomania. This is the end of part 1 of the Usada Corporation arc. Tonight, we will find out who will be the next #1 contender for the Hololive Championship World title. We are gonna have one heck of a night because tonight, long live the queen, this is Hololive Championship Wrestling's Holo Queendom. Welcome, everybody. Like I said, we are coming at you from the Tokyo Dome in Tokyo, Japan, and it is such a big night for us here at Hololive Championship Wrestling. As usual, our official theme song can be listened to on your own because we are not getting DMCA'd for that, but tonight we are being flavored by Fort Minor from their 2005 album, The Rising Tide. Remember the name, and you will be remembering the name of tonight's final winner in the Hololive Rumble as part of Night 2 of the first ever 2-night Holo Queendom. And of course, we are being hashtag not sponsored by, hashtag please sponsor us, Dairy Queen. And Dairy Queen would like to remind you that happy tastes good. But of course, we have a lot to cover because, again, we have 2 nights of content to cram into one special booking. So before we get any further, I am Digital Era Entertainment founder Mario Bueno. I am one of your bookers as well as one of your hosts for the evening. And I am once again being joined, as always, by the wonderful Hololive Championship Wrestling Booking Committee and co-hosts, beginning with the project director for the Digital Era Entertainment radio dramas, as well as Kai, Digital Era Entertainment's anime discussion podcast every Friday here on the channel, Joel Gutman, as well as the project director for Hololive Championship Wrestling and one of the proud new members of our stream team over here at Digital Era Twitch, the wonderful Reach is Beast. How are you folks doing on this very exciting, very electric evening?
It's Monday night. You know what that means. Holo Queendom, let's go.
Can I just say, I love that opening bumper. It's
right?
so good.
It really is.
So good.
It really sets the mood, sets the pace for all of these exciting live bookings that we do here. So for those of you who may be joining us for the first time, so Hololive Championship Wrestling is a live fantasy booking in the style of a professional wrestling, well, we would say pay-per-view, but that's out of fashion now, according to the Big Vince House of Muscle. So it is a freemium live event that we are presenting to you here on Digital Era Twitch. We say freemium because we're not going to charge you for it, but we'll happily take your money if you are so kind to give it to us. Of course, we are using the entire roster of one of the most popular VTubing agencies in the world, Hololive, which is run by the wonderful folks over at Cover Corp. So we have a couple of extra surprises in the bag for you tonight.
Also, I forgot, we need to plug behind the scenes, already standing by with the match cards, doing our live art, as always, the amazing RJ Para, my co-host for the Thursday streams that we do, and just he does amazing work. You're going to see some just absolutely mind-boggling turnarounds here. We're going to be talking about, okay, so we want this person, this match. Okay, 2 minutes later, not even, boom, we have the card.
Yeah, what we, it's one thing that you generally tend to overlook when you're watching a professional level broadcast that has these graphics and all these elements more or less in place, because
also on professional broadcasts, they've taken these, matches, and they've known what these matches are going to be for days, weeks, sometimes months.
Precisely.
They've had this professional treatment done and ready, and RJ just churns them out like, oh, this is fine, this is easy.
They've known what some of these matches are going to be for days, weeks, months. Laughs in Monday Night Raw.
Yeah, exactly. Until the script gets torn up. But the point is, they have all these assets ready to go. They are usually ready to just pop in a few things. We don't usually have that luxury. So big shout out to RJ, who, as Joel mentioned, is one of our wonderful stream team members over here at Digital Era Twitch. And because the Moobot beat me to it, He is also the creator of our pro wrestling themed visual novel, Kokoro no Pro, which you can check out the trailer for in the chat. And if you're watching this on the YouTube rebroadcast, we will have links to the trailer, not just in an iCard, but also in the description. So, we have arrived here after what has been an absolutely turbulent 3 months in Hololive Championship Wrestling. We finished our first arc, which crowned Roboco as the first ever Hololive Championship Wrestling World Champion. And while she has been reigning supreme, we've seen another faction rear their ugly, or should I say absolutely kawaii, but ugly on the inside head, in the form of the Usada Corporation, headed up by Pekora. Who would like to take us through the quick beats before we jump into our first few bookings of the evening?
Well, I've got the Holoday Havoc card pulled up if we want to go ahead and do a recap of what all went down this past December.
Absolutely. So we unleashed Hologeddon over the Thanksgiving holiday, and then we found ourselves going into the Christmas season, but it was a gift that kept on giving for the entertainment of the audience, but not so much to their satisfaction, because what went down, Reach, at Holoday Havoc?
Alrighty, so our opening match was a tag team match between Miyu and Fubuki, aka the Wolves of Japan, versus the ongoing team of Crony and Aki Rosenthal, a team that we have been developing for the past few months. Wolves of Japan, Miyu and Fubuki walk away as the winners. They are your new Hololive Tag Team Champions. Congratulations to the Wolves of Japan. It's been a long time coming. Our second match of the evening was a singles match for the Intercontinental Championship. The challenger Ina taking on the reigning champion Kanata, with Kanata walking away, retaining the Intercontinental title. She remains your Intercontinental champion.
Keep in mind, she is a member of the Usada Corporation, our heel faction, having been effectively spirit broken by Pekora, who has her convinced that Coco's graduation was her doing, and that she has her blaming herself for the graduation of her best friend.
That reminds me, I've actually got some development I was wanting to work on off stream, or some expansion I wanted to work on, but I'll get to that later. It has no bearing on tonight. After that match, we were treated to a segment in a busy mall where our dear Princess Luna from Hololive 4th Generation was on her way to go see Santa, ask him for whatever gift she would ask him for, presumably a pony. Our mall Santa, in this case, being Omura Polka from Hololive 5th Generation, volunteering her time to act as the mall Santa, because why not? It's fun. Unfortunately, she runs into Iris from Project Hope, who has canonically gone on record as saying that she hates Santa Claus. This basically triggered what we dubbed our Santa Mall Brawl. This was not an official sanctioned match, and unfortunately,
but boy, was it a fun one, because Iris saw red literally and figuratively.
And was, unfortunately for Polka, very one-sided, ended with Polka getting thoroughly flattened under a bunch of shelves and toys as Iris made a run for it before the Ozura police made their appearance to start issuing arrest warrants. After that, we had the match to crown our inaugural Pacific champion. This was Moona Hoshinova versus Yozura Mel? Am I getting the name right?
Yes.
Okay. Moona Hoshinova versus Yozura Mel. With a surprisingly fast-paced match between Moona and Mel, with Mel holding her own after grinding away for weeks and weeks through the undercard to get to this point. However, Moona Hoshinova, Pekora's right-hand woman in the Usada Corporation, walks away. She is your inaugural Hololive Pacific champion. From one inaugural championship to the next, we then had Holo En versus Holo En, specifically Myth versus Myth. Takanashi Kiara taking on Amelia Watson to become the inaugural Atlantic champion.
Keep in mind, Kiara is a member of Usada Corporation now, having been effectively offered power by Pekora and having had a previously subpar first couple of individual matches after she and Callie went solo, very much took the bait and is under Pekura's sway at this time.
And under the sway of Pekura, she is able to defeat her Holo Myth gym mate, Amelia Watson. Takanashi Kiara is your inaugural Hololive Atlantic champion. We move on to our main event, a 5-woman ladder match that ended up being 6 with the surprise debut of La Plus Darkness and the reveal that Secret Society Holux has been among us. We don't have Cam to cue the music here. For a lot longer than we thought. The ladder match was for the Holoday bonus contract, basically our version of Money in the Bank, a contract that whoever claims it guarantees the holder a championship match anytime, anywhere. All they have to do is cash in the contract and have a referee present to count the 1, 2, 3. Not going to go through all the beats of this match because we have a lot to get to tonight. Ultimately, the leader of the Usada Corporation, Usada Pekura, walks away claiming the contract. However, we will mention that a little bit of drama seems to be stirring up between the newly debuted Secret Society Holux and one Aki Haato, specifically between Haato and the founder of Secret Society, La Plus Darkness. We shall have to wait and see where that takes us.
Well, it was a bit of a triangle, actually, because while Haato was looking angrily at La Plus was looking very angrily at Pekura because La Plus took great offense that she had been working along with Holux in the shadows for however long, planning their debut to be this, big bad villain faction, and then Pekura beat her to the punch, and she does not take kindly to that. La Plus does not necessarily know that Haato has any beef with her at this time, so we have that bit of a triangle here, but yes, the evening ended, and with the exception of the Wolves of Japan, the Usada Corporation took every match at the last pay-per-view.
And
Indeed,
one of the
did.
final images that we are treated to is one that I think will live in the annals of a Hololive infamy alongside the horrific sight of Say It Reap. And that is the t-shirt cannon to the face that decided the ladder match. I see that as the poster image for Holiday Havoc, because just that still shot of just getting shot in the mush with the t-shirt cannon, courtesy of Pekura. I think that is going to be one of our OMG moments for all time in Hololive Championship Wrestling. So it ended on a hell of a note for this particular freemium live event. See, I'm still working on it.
No, you're good. And if we did have our own award show similar to WWE has the Slammies, I could definitely see that moment as a solid contender for OMG moment of the year.
I wouldn't be opposed to doing a special show. I don't recall when our first broadcast of this was, but when we hit a year, I'd be up for a special installment of that.
Ooh.
We could definitely look into it.
Well, we definitely have things to plan once we are off stream for sure. So with that context in mind, we are ready to kick off night 1 of Holo Queendom. Again, we are coming at you from the Tokyo Dome because we are recording this in January of 2022, as January is traditionally known as the WrestleMania of Japan, courtesy of New Japan Pro Wrestling's January 4th wrestling show, which has become known as Wrestle Kingdom, having had names prior to that. We're following in that fine tradition, and it's just, across the way from where we have Cover Corp Coliseum. So, why not? Why not splurge for a 2-night extravaganza on one of the most popular nights of professional wrestling worldwide? So in that vein, we are going to have 2 main events. I think we can definitely state at least our main event for night 1 and night 2. Night 2 is going to be headlined by our second ever Hololive Rumble. That's right. We are merging it into the epic that is Holo Queendom, but night 1 is going to feature a title defense by our current reigning champion Roboco, and I believe we can probably mention the opponent at this point since we are giving our main events before we get into booking the undercard, right?
Yes, yeah, for sure.
I think we can go ahead and say it.
All right, Reach, will you do the honors, please?
Our main event for night 1, when we get to it, we'll get there eventually, but we have decided, the committee at large has decided that Roboco's opponent, her challenger for the Hololive World Championship, is none other than Hololive 3rd Generation's own Shirogane Noel. Noel is an individual that we have developed and built up to be an absolute powerhouse in HCW from the very first Rumble event. So
I recall for the Rumble, we knew right away, even in the first episode of all this, that we wanted her to be a powerhouse. And obviously, it's very much in flavor. She is very big, imposing physically, and she is literally a knight. And we used her as, I forget what the colloquial term is, but she was the one that cleared out the ring. And she was in the middle numbers of the Rumble, and it took a concerted effort to get her dragged out. She didn't quite make it.
Not exactly a concerted
wait a
effort.
minute. No, that's right.
It took all of a single kick from Flair, but
the kick heard round the world.
I'm sorry. I love you. Super kick. Just as a reminder, yes, we did that.
That's
if
right.
You know, you know.
It wasn't a concerted effort, but it was. I can't call it a dirty move, but it required trickery to get her out. And that wasn't until after she had already removed 4 or 5 people on her own.
She eliminated 5 people on her own. She currently holds the HCW record for the most people eliminated from a Rumble match.
Yeah, and we haven't really given her any title opportunities since then, despite the fact that we've sort of had her as a powerhouse. If anything, we've sort of been hesitant to use her because we've so frequently said, oh gosh, if we were to pit this person against Noel, it feels like it would just be, a total drubbing.
Yeah, which is why in this case it very much works out in all of our favors, not just in terms of the booking, but if you look at the makeup of the match we're going to have, it is going to be a street fight. So we're going to really even the odds in favor of our domineering champion, because Roboco has been on an absolute tear since finally ascending to the championship scene. So while this proves to be one of her most daunting challenges, I think it's safe to say the odds are definitely in her favor, and I love that because this is Holo Queendom, we basically have the knight versus the queen, and I could even see the promotional material kind of supplementing that hype.
It's so good.
It's the knight versus the queen in night 1 of Holo Queendom. So that is what we're going to be
I got to point out
towards.
here, yes. RJ in the chat, she's Shiro gone to the moon.
Yep, strapping the rocket to her, baby.
And a bit of a reminder, I don't speak Japanese, but it's one of the simpler terms that most folks who are into anime know. Shiro is white in Japanese. She is literally the White Knight.
Yep.
Gotta love it.
So yeah, so that's where we stand. That is what you can look forward to at the end of each part of Holo Queendom. So we know what the main events are. What are we going to be kicking off night 1 with? Now, my personal inclination would be to maybe start it off with some sort of multi-person match. Go light on them, considering that night 2 is going to be the ultimate multi-person match. But what does the booking committee feel should be the opener for tonight's event?
Open to a triple threat match. It's been a while, and admittedly, we did have a triple threat match at the last Rumble. So having one here does feel appropriate, because I don't remember the last time this is now the 6th volume, and we've done a lot of matches. I don't have all the documents pulled up. Have we done a triple threat since? Because I know we've done plenty of team matches. We've done a fatal 4-way. I'm not sure if we've done another triple threat.
We actually have not. We've the only one that we've had was at our inaugural event.
We could sort of make it a thing for the Rumble, maybe.
What do you say
Maybe.
what do you say we spice it up a little bit? What
Or
do
at
you
the very least
say?
say that it's a standard to have it in there, that even if we sprinkle a few others, that I see no problem in doing that, because especially for something like this, that we want to incorporate as many people as possible to make sure that over the course of the 2 nights that as few talents as possible are left out, because it's one thing in a normal pay-per-view where you're only going to have maybe half of the roster on. But in this case, when we know we're going to be using over 40 already, those that are being left out, we want to hopefully at least have some sort of excuse that we know, a couple people are incapacitated right now. Subaru is currently injured. We also still have Lammy, who is nursing some of her injuries as well. So they're not going to be in. But after all that and other special circumstances, we have Choco as the nurse nowadays. We no longer have Sora because she's broadcasting. So that helps us pick away at a few, but I like the idea of getting one more person in just to make sure we have our bases covered.
Okay, so then here's what I was going to propose to spice up this opening match. What do you say we make this opening match have the incentive that the winner gets a guaranteed entry into the Hololive Rumble on night 2?
Okay,
Ooh,
so
wait a minute, actually.
So kind of like a last chance kind of thing.
Bingo. So whoever is in
let's
this match,
sweeten the deal a bit.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Yes.
Because while, a night, 2 matches in 2 nights, you can still get pretty fresh. But it's still a lot to be doing 2 matches in 2 nights. So I feel like the reward for this should be whoever wins this is number 30.
Yes, I was going to say, please go where I think you're going. Yep. Let's do number.
Okay.
So
their reward for it
yes.
is that it's not just you are in the Rumble, but since you've already worked tonight, you get the last spot tomorrow.
Yeah. That's perfect. So that sounds like a good incentive for the opener. Yeah, we can definitely keep it a triple threat. Let's keep it to that just to keep it a little simpler. We don't want to go too hard because, again, we don't want to burn through too many talents since we do need to leave enough for the Rumble proper. Okay, so I think the best way to handle this, there's 2 ways we could approach this. Number 1, we could load it up with folks, including someone who would be the most obvious pick for, getting that number 30 spot, whether it's a fan favorite that it's just like, oh my god, like they could actually win all of this if they start out at number 30, or conversely, a heel who it's like, oh no, if they're at number 30, they have a good chance of winning all this. Or we could go a completely different direction and have it as talents who, for all intents and purposes, this is not to disparage the quality of who they are or what their content is, but essentially the scrubs. Like, this is kind of their last chance, and oh boy, would this be...
Yeah,
this is
also,
the old Gil spot.
Who's tuning in for the first time, obviously, we have nothing but respect for all of the Hololive talents, and when we are comparing them here, we are saying from obviously the fantasy perspective of how they would do in combat. That
yes,
even the heels here, that Pekora we have set up as this just terrible villain, basing that mostly off of the community meme that she is a war criminal. We do not think that Pekora would ever do any of the, awful gaslighting and lying and cheating things that we are having her do here. We hope deep in our hearts that if she ever learned of this, that she would be proud and happy that we put her in such a wonderful villainous role.
I mean, for crying out loud, earlier
so
today
even
on
when
our...
we say the scrubs here, as Mario said, that is not a remark on their talent or their content. That is, okay, who are the ones here who physically seem like they would be the weaker ones for a wrestling promotion?
Exactly. And just to highlight this point, like earlier today in our Discord, which we're going to drop a link to in just a moment, I was even sharing some random Hololive clips that I just kind of checked out over the past few days, which are very much like peak heel Pekora, like from actual streams. It's like, oh boy, if you're ever curious,
you have
as
the
to
one
why...
where she made the automatic dynamite launcher thing in Minecraft.
That might be a different one, but it was definitely Minecraft and Dynamite related. and Hollow X was involved as well, so go figure. And then another one where she was just trying to yeet her own gen mates into the void in another game, learning how to kick them. So, Agent of Chaos for sure. We love you, Pekko.
I have a potential idea for one of the contenders I want in this triple threat, but before I name them, I need to, because my memory is not that great. I'm wondering if maybe either of you two remember. Have we made the comparison yet of Okayu with her being super chill, super relaxed? Have we made the comparison yet between Okayu and Orange Cassidy?
I don't think we have.
I don't think so either, and Mario would be the one more likely to remember it than me.
So, for your reference, Joel, basically the whole shtick with Orange Cassidy in AEW, his whole character is that he's a sloth. He just does not care. He will literally enter the ring, hands in his pockets of his jeans. His demeanor just never changes. Just comes across as super lazy.
I'm already sold.
One word.
I'm already sold on this.
Yeah, you and like everybody who's seen him in AEW since he debuted. So yes.
But here's the twist. When it comes down to the wire, he is a deceptively talented technical wrestler. Like, he can actually wrestle when he needs to, and he is damn good at it. That's one of the reasons why I love the duality of Orange Cassidy and what makes the character work.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
It's real good. So, okay, we
haven't
yes.
given Okayu a ton in our previous bookings, but we've also not written her as someone that she's been written as very middle of the pack in terms of physical prowess.
Oh, then that's kind of perfect, because weirdly, if we're going the Orange Cassidy route with Okayu, that could be like the big surprise. It's like this could be the time that she gets
for her to
serious.
break out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I didn't think we'd be busting this out so soon, but let's
Hit
consult the
button,
Vinceometer. Consulting the Vinceometer.
Do the thing.
Good shape.
Yep, we're going to that one as well. We've gone full Vince, and we are only like half an hour into this broadcast. Let's do
we are
this.
half an hour in, so we should probably actually get to more of the booking. So we have Okayu as one of the entrants. I'm actually quietly in the background right now updating our full roster thing, because I realized we never actually added Council or Holics. But as I'm on there and scrolling about trying to think of who we have and haven't used.
Actually, here, Joel, I'm going to do a thing. I'm going to drop this in our Discord chat. I have the official roster sheet with everyone's names, as well as who's the current champion, all of
no,
that.
I'm talking the giant one where we also have all of the descriptions of everyone.
Okay, I'm just pulling from the official HCW roster sheet that just has the names and stuff.
Actually, if you'd be so kind as to drop that either way, because that could be very handy for me as well, just as a quick cross-reference.
Yeah. As a quick elimination of talents to not have in this triple threat,
thank you.
I don't think we want anyone from Usada in here.
Correct. No.
And as a reminder, Usada Corp is comprised of, obviously, Usada Pekara, we have Kiara, we have Towa, we have Rushia, we have Botan, we have Kanata, and we have, who's the last one that I'm forgetting?
Pekara, Rushia, Towa, Kiara, Botan, Moona.
I forgot Moona. How did I forget Moona?
And there's one more.
No, so 7. It's Pekara, Moona, Kiara, Kanata, Botan, Rushia, Towa.
Okay. So yeah, there's our 7.
So none of them are in this one. That this is completely unrelated. Let's see here, because actually,
I'm gonna throw this one out there. So, to make it even more impressive, when one of them just lights up, in this case, Okayu, what do you say we make it a Sleepy Gals match?
Go on.
Okay, so that means that we're gonna bring in I'm sorry. I'm just a wee bit out of it today.
No, it's fine.
It's Anya. Anya.
I suppose so. Because I'm
Anya
also
is the. If you want to know sleepy, Anya is sleepy girl.
You know what? Let's book this right now. Because I was also looking at Holo Council. Because I remember we have at least one sleepy gal in that bunch. And none of the, as far as I can tell, none.
I don't really think of any of them as particularly sleepy. Who, I guess, are you thinking Mumei?
Leaning towards Mumei, yeah.
Okay, I suppose she's sleepy-ish, yeah.
And you know, she has the popularity.
Speaking
so
of which, she just released her first single last night, and it's really good.
Oh, that was last
I heard
night.
It.
Okay.
It's so good.
Yeah, I forgot to drop that in the Discord earlier, so one more reason for you all to join the Discord, because I'll be posting it after the show tonight.
Hi-oh.
Oh, I'm going to drop it right now.
Yes, good. Also, thank you, RJ. I'm gonna save that right now. We already have.
Okay, well, cool. That means we have all three. That it's the Sleepy Girls match with Anya, not Korone, goodness, Okayu, and Mumei.
Book it.
Nice and simple.
Yeah, exactly. And again, this is for the number 30 spot in the second ever Hololive Rumble, which appropriately takes place on night number 2 of Holo Queendom. So for all intents and purposes, they're kind of getting a bye. They have to work for it, but they're getting a bye. It
means that they get
Holo
to
Rumble.
spend entrance 1 through 29 napping.
Yeah. Oh my God, you're right. You know, I was gonna be like, oh yeah, that's right. It's like, oh my God, you're right.
That could not have worked out better if we tried to plan that.
Yeah, for real. This is this is why I love these
Since
bookings.
this is a pretty agnostic match in terms of overall plot, I think we can go ahead and spoil. The winner of this match is not going to win the Rumble tonight. We have other plans.
Oh boy, do we. Boy, do we.
We'll just leave it at that, and we will say that the winner of this match, for all intents and purposes, does not matter, but let's figure out a way to make it fun along the way. So I don't have a particular pick for who I'd like to see come out on top here. Do either of you?
I mean, the only reason I would want to give it to Okayu is because if she is going to be the Orange Cassidy, we got to give the people what they want to see, which is more Orange
That's
Cassidy.
fair. That if we want to really start setting her up as that particular character, because obviously, as we've just established right here, she's not the only sleepy one on the roster, but I do think that it fits her overall personality more, that Okayu can be just, all of them can be very quick-witted whenever they want to be, but I feel like it does fit Okayu a bit more. So sure, we'll say that the end result here is going to be Okayu winning. How do we get there?
Very slowly.
I'm also, well, yeah. I'm also wondering. I'm going to go ahead and say this now, just because of how stacked this card is going to be tonight. I don't know how much time we necessarily want to dedicate to going through the beats of each preliminary match.
We'll take an expedited approach. We'll take an expedited approach to these other matches. I think maybe as a gag, for the first 10 seconds in the match, are they all just standing around, just out of the game, and you're like,
I think they should all fall asleep standing up. Just fall asleep standing up. And then the bell rings. The referee will just be very confused, looking around like, huh? Are you kidding me? We're in the freaking Tokyo Dome. Are you what? This is the Tokyo Dome. This is our.
Some people fall asleep to ambient noise, and when you have a crowd of thousands cheering, it all just becomes white noise, and it's very nice and relaxing.
I was just about to say, yeah, that would be some pretty good white noise, especially if you hear stories from wrestlers who have wrestled stadium shows of that magnitude. It really is hard to make out the crowd, so to an extent it is white noise. So yeah, I'd
have to believe it's sometimes easier to do that than the weekly shows where the crowd is smaller and you can actually hear specific shouts.
So yeah, that's actually a perfect logical explanation, weirdly enough, for why they would just kind of fall asleep and require needing to be stirred back into consciousness. That would be on
But
brand.
once they do, they actually start fighting. The way I sort of see it, I think that Mumei would probably actually be going after Anya first. That they would probably go for a bit. Okayu might step in and try and take a bit of advantage of that. Three scuffle for a little bit. Maybe I want to put all three of them over a little bit in here because in general, this is a trio that we have not used very much at all. So I definitely want to make them look as good as we can for this match, even if none of them are going to win the Rumble in the end.
Yeah. And to that point, since we're going the Orange Cassidy route with Okayu, in theory, Okayu could just be, kind of chilling in the corner while Mumei and Anya like go at it.
I totally imagine her just kicked back, leaning up against the turnbuckle.
Same. That's the mental image I'm getting as well. Just her just kind of chilling, just waiting, and if someone like flings someone else into that corner, she just kind of like casually rolls out of the way, just like rotates over, and then someone eats the turnbuckle. Then they go away, and then she just like rolls back casually, just chilling there, having a good time. And maybe like walking into the middle of a scuffle, doing the whole hands in pockets gimmick. And
I got one even better.
Oh, go for it.
Anya and Mumei scuffling in the ring. Okayu rolls out of the ring, starts pulling the apron curtain up, looking under the ring, thinking, it's like actually looking like for a weapon or something like that. Because keep in mind, it's a triple threat, no disqualification. She could very well be looking for a weapon.
That's true.
No. She pulls out a lunchbox, hops up onto the apron, sits down on the apron, and just starts eating onigiri in the middle of the match.
Sounds right to me.
I mean, would it be onigiri or would it be, maybe a delicious
her
blizzard?
thing is onigiri.
A delicious blizzard from our sponsors, Dairy Queen.
Well, no.
Who would like to remind you that happy tastes good.
It has to be onigiri, but don't worry, I have ideas for that later, Mario.
Okay, wonderful.
Here's what ultimately gets Okayu into the winning position is during Anya and Mumei scuffling in the ring, intentionally or unintentionally, one of them bump into Okayu. Onigiri goes flying just all over the floor.
Hits the ground. It's
is
gone.
Now ruined.
Oh no!
Because we established this with the onigiri screw job in Rumble number 1.
Mm-hmm.
That is Okayu's devil trigger, basically.
Bang, bang, bang. Oh Lord. Okay.
She zeroes in on whoever it was that made contact with her, goes through the beats, hits her finisher. 1, 2, 3. Okayu is now the number 30 entrant in the Rumble for night 2.
Yep, 1 second. So I've pasted the list of all the names that are active combatants right now in the big document. I'm just going to start chipping away at them. So I'm removing Anya from the list.
I'm going to go ahead and ask this now, just so I can go ahead and place it on the card for us to book it whenever we get to it. Do we want the tag team championship match on night 1 or night 2?
Which one? I'm sorry.
The tag team championship match.
I was thinking about that. I was considering night 2. But at the same time, I wonder if, since we have only 2 slots for
I like it on night 1.
Okay. What do you say we keep night 2 to our Atlantic and Pacific championships, respectively? So a pair of mid-card title defenses before we get into the Rumble.
Okay, I'm cool with that.
So it's just a big championship night.
Exactly. And then we'll have the tag team titles. I suppose defended on night 1. It would be kind of weird. So we'll have 2 championships defended each night. It just so happens that the main event is also a championship match on night 1, night 2, technically it's not a championship match, but still you've got 2 championship matches over the course of the evening, and the main event has championship ramifications.
Gotcha.
So let me also just add this lovely graphic in so that we can bask in its glory.
Also, I don't know who that is.
We miss you,
editing
Keith.
the document right
we miss
now.
you forever.
I actually have, like, if you look up night 1, like that's the format I was working with.
Yeah, but since we were just saying that that's going to be the
well,
I see,
no,
gotcha.
so like, yeah, that stays opening match, and then all the bullets below.
Remind me who our Pacific and Atlantic champions are right now, so I can go on and remove them from our other list.
Moona is
Kiara.
the Pacific champion, and Kiara is the Atlantic champion.
Thank you.
And I actually kind of already floating an idea in my head as to who I want to succeed Kiara as the Atlantic champion, but that'll come much later down the line.
Oh yeah, look at these 3 kawaii sleepy gals. Also, besides thanking RJ for whipping this up, considering how little time we gave him. Also, RJ, you're welcome. Yes, Mumei is finally in a match. your burb girl is making her big freemium live event debut at night 1 of Holo Queendom here on Digital Era Twitch. Yeah, buddy.
So we have 3 matches left, and I will say that for one of these 3 matches, and I feel like it should be the 3rd match because opening match feels a bit sillier being the Sleepy Gals match. And I feel like just for pacing, you shouldn't have the silly ones back to back. So for the 3rd match, I want that to be our sponsored match, and we'll get to that when we get to that.
Oh, okay.
But I want to just sort of earmark that right now.
All right. You have my attention. I'm very intrigued. So then here's my next question. We opened up with a multi-person match. We still need to have our tag title match.
Our tag team. I feel like we shouldn't have the tag team next to the triple threat, so that means tag team is match 4, and then match 2 is the only other conventional match.
Okay, so for RJ's benefit, match number 4, you are going to be looking at the tag team match. So we're going to have our tag team champions defending. Should we figure out the opponents when we get to it, or should we just knock that out now and we'll come to the actual booking when we get to it?
Well, I think we already figured out who the opponents are going to be.
Wait a minute, that's right. We do know who they are.
Oh, yeah. We hashed this out a while ago. We already know how this is going to end up.
Okay, so then quick reminder for the benefit of RJ. Who do we need to have with the Wolves of Japan in that is going to be
that is going to be Towa and Rushia.
Okie dokie. So we should also add that to our match card just to make sure we have that for quick reference for our wonderful art and booking teams who are doing this live, y'all. Also, hello there, Cam. Welcome to the stream. You would talk about lamps. Oh, is someone booking a professional wrestling show? Oh, I'm very interested in that. Go back to your wrestling room, Hugo. Also, make sure to keep the lamps on. We do not want any of that in our stream tonight. Anywho,
you can check out our Dream Daddy playthrough over on the Digital Era Entertainment YouTube page.
Boom!
That's what we're referencing.
Thank you. I really appreciate someone else coming in with the show. I love it. Okay, so we figured out match 4.
You set me up. I took the shot.
Thank you. No, seriously, thank you. This is the day I've been waiting for so long. Anyway, so we have match number 4 figured out. It is our tag team match. We've got the Wolves of Japan defending against Towa and Rushia. So that is being figured out. So match number 2, do we want it to be an individual match, or do we want it to be another multi-person scuffle?
Let me do a quick count.
We have, in total, we have 49 active talents to work with tonight. That is not including everyone that we have assigned to having non-combat roles, and that is also not including our inactive/injured reserve list.
From the names that we don't already have committed to other matches, namely, because we already have Roboco and no. Oh wait, did I eliminate Noel?
Actually, no, wait, I take it back. It's 47. It's 47 because that's 47. Taking the 2 into account on our injured reserve list.
We have 38 names left. Because that's why I pasted the big list at the bottom.
Okay.
And I've been cut and pasting things in so far. So there's no way we're going to get everyone in tonight because we're not going to have 8 people represented. So we'll figure out who isn't going to show up. But
you say that, but in theory, we could make it happen. It'll be a tightrope to walk. Aside from, Rumble matches and tag matches, we could also do an elimination gauntlet. Insofar as, basically, it's King of the Hill, but wrestling. I.e., hey, can you stay in all the way to the end? Awesome. Here's a group of people. Whoever gets eliminated has to leave, but whoever, can get the pin or submission gets to stay on, and whoever is left standing at the end, they win the match.
Isn't that basically just a mini Rumble, though?
Yes, but no. Rumble, it's a very particular type of format where you're consistently adding people, irregardless of how many are in the ring at a given time.
Gauntlet is always 1v1.
Exactly.
Yes.
So it's a 1v1 gauntlet that is essentially King of the Hill. Whereas Royal Rumble, it's just last person standing with a very specific set of criteria for a loss. In this case, over the top rope elimination.
Tell you what, let's go ahead and do the sponsored match that Joel. Let's go ahead and go through what Joel's ideas for the sponsored match, and then we'll see what we have left to work with to fill match number 2 for night 1.
Well, here's the thing, actually. So maybe we can spread this out a bit more because I don't have a specific thing in mind for the sponsored match, but since we have our sponsor as per usual, I feel like we've made it our thing that we usually have a sponsor match. So it's DQ because Hololive Queendom, and what is Dairy Queen most known for? I would argue it's the blizzards. So there's a couple ways that you could make a blizzard match. It is winter technically. It's January.
That is true.
And we could do this. We already have a street match that's outside, but we could do something in, we flew out several of the talents to Canada, the snowy lands of Canada or something, or, upstate New York, pick something just that they're actually fighting in the snow. Or we have the usual pole match ladder match. Okay, fine. Well, it could be the type of thing where it's a ladder match, but instead of grabbing the belt, you have to grab the blizzard and then hold it upside down.
Or hear me out. I am going to crib from an idea that Kaiju Big Battle did, except we're going to do a very specific twist on this. Okay. So at one of the greatest Kaiju Big Battle shows that was ever performed in the 2000s, and it's one that canonically has held weight to this day. That's how important this show was. This was at Anime Boston 2006. Not just myself, but many other members of the Digital Era Entertainment team, as well as regular guests for our content, including some of our radio dramas, believe it or not, were at this show. They did a variation on the Buried Alive match. Buried Alive, as the name implies, means you take your opponent, you put them into a grave, and the winner is the person who can, keep the other person in the grave. Well, actually, no, I'm sorry. It was more of a casket match. So let me rephrase. Casket match. So casket match being you beat your opponent, put them in the casket, close the casket, or close the coffin door. Boom, you win the match. They did a casket match with a box of Pocky. What if
we
did
like a giant? So they have this just human-sized box.
Well,
I guess?
monster-sized box, but yes, monster-sized box of off-brand Pocky, Maki they had on the label.
Ah, yes, of course.
And yeah, the loser got stuffed into the Maki box. So what if we had a giant blizzard? We go with that whole idea of buried alive or casket match, depending on how we want to frame it, but with a giant freaking blizzard.
So
because
just
we got the budget
huge
for it.
Thing filled with ice cream?
Oh yeah.
All right, well, here's the thing, though. You have to change the name. It's Frozen Alive.
Reach.
I can feel the stare from here, and I'm very proud.
Book it.
Frozen Alive, sponsored
That's
by
all I'm
Dairy
gonna say,
Queen.
book it.
Sponsored by Dairy Queen, who'd like to remind you that happy tastes good, unless you are
I
encased
didn't
in
even
a
know that was
giant
their
litter.
slogan.
I didn't know
didn't
that
know
until
they had
earlier
a
tonight. But
slogan.
listen, I
Okay.
I do
Good on
my
you for
research.
looking it up. Yeah, congrats. You did more than I did.
I am a
Well, actually,
professional.
speaking of which, well, since we're on this topic, as per usual, whenever possible, we decide our, hashtag sponsor, hashtag not sponsored, hashtag please sponsor us group beforehand. And for the past, I think 4 or 5, it's always been food places because that's where we go to dinner and get food from before these broadcasts whenever possible. There aren't any Dairy Queens near where Mario is, but there are for Reach and I. I'm not like right in the middle of a couple because there aren't a ton, but there was like there were 3 all within like 10 to 15 minutes of me. So I had to do a short drive, but I have not had Dairy Queen in a while. It's certainly not, the go-to for fast food, but I always forget that they're pretty passable. I got a burger, it was fine, nothing special, but it was passable. I got a chili dog, which was very good actually. It had some good chunks of beef and onions. Fast food chili dogs definitely up there. And plus that's sort of a rarity in fast food as well. You just can't find many places with it. And I also got myself a blizzard, and you know what a blizzard is most likely, and it holds up. Yeah.
Casual reminder, you can get 2 for 4 chili dogs off of the 2 for 4 super snack menu over at Dairy Queen.
You really did do your research.
Oh, I've got the menu up right now, my friend. I am ready for tonight.
All right. So
what about you,
Frozen
Reach?
Alive match.
Oh wait, no, Reach, did you get?
You have a blizzard ready and waiting, if I recall correctly. Yes.
Yeah, I do. I have. I went with a very standard meal. I got my my number 1 Hunger Buster combo. So standard burger, my fries. I got a Dr. Pepper soda, but then I also did invest a few extra dollars, and I got myself a chocolate chip cookie dough blizzard, which is currently chilling in my freezer, and I will retrieve once we finish night 1.
Nice. I had the option. I would have taken advantage of one of the limited time blizzard treats that they have over at Dairy Queen. The one that struck my fancy and is the closest thing that I was able to find in terms of my substitute meal. That'd be the Choco Dipped Strawberry Blizzard Treat. Also available for a limited time, you can get the Oreo Mocha Fudge Blizzard Treat, as well as the Reese's Pieces Cookie Dough and the Sea Salt Toffee Fudge Blizzard Treat. They do not specify how long these are available for, but assume they are for a very limited time. So you can get all
Seriously,
that at
DQ,
Dairy Queen.
listen to this guy. He's got everything. He has it down.
Happy tastes good.
Sponsor us, please.
And also, please, Dairy Queen, if you somehow bumble across this broadcast, give New York City a location that is not in Staten Island. Like, we had one in Union Square that was perfectly adequate and very reachable. We don't like going to Staten Island. Many people on Staten Island don't like being on Staten Island. Just come on, throw us a bone here, please, Dairy Queen, please. Happy taste so
But
bad.
yes, our Frozen Alive match. So
who?
we could
So
make
the question
it
is
multiple
hold on.
people.
The question is, who are our competitors and why is one of them Polka?
Poor Polka getting thrown into all the gimmick matches.
Is it too obvious? Or is she just happy to, have that as her brand? I don't even know anymore.
I feel like that would be a badge of honor at a certain point. Like, great example, look at R-Truth in WWE. Like, he has become the master of the 24/7 match. Like, that has been his thing. Just doing the weird shtick that comes with that.
R-Truth has mastered the art of being the lovable idiot. Like, IRL, he is a very talented, very intelligent man. But in WWE terms, like, he has fully embraced and he lives and breathes his role as the comic relief. And given Polka's character and her nature, I feel like at this point, she would also be just embracing that role. That's not to say that we keep her stuck in that role forever. I definitely want to give her like her time in the sun at some point. But for right now, we got much bigger fish that we're frying right now. So I think it's perfectly fine to keep Polka more or less in this sort of comic role. It fits well. Doesn't fit too well, maybe, but it fits for our needs in this moment.
And also to kind of I was just gonna say to further expand upon this point real quick, just so that we can take the wrestling knowledge outside of the WWE for a moment. Another great example is Toru Yano in New Japan Pro Wrestling. Like, the dude is the definition of comic relief. His whole shtick for a long time was getting people to buy his DVD. Like, that was a thing. He did DVD exchanges with people. I forget who, but it was a popular, I think it was a popular Western wrestler at one point. Like, his whole shtick is being the comic relief, but then when he needs to go, he can go. And for a while, he was actually holding on to a legitimate tournament championship that was originally established by New Japan's golden boy, Kazuchika Okada. So, yeah, like, it is very possible for the comic relief to kind of step up and get serious. See also Orange Cassidy. So it totally reasonable that we can just flip that switch and people will still understand and appreciate it and not feel slighted.
Okay, but I will say we don't have bigger fish to fry. That's not until a later pay-per-view.
Ease.
So, all right. So we have Polka as one half of our Frozen Alive match. Hashtag not sponsored by hashtag please sponsor us Dairy Queen.
So who else?
So we got Polka.
Yeah, let me get to the document real quick.
Let's see here. How about let's get someone from English in.
Okay.
Trying to decide if that could be fun. I feel like it'd be either Watson or I don't want to put Bay in here because we've already paired Polka and Bay once, and I don't want to get them too overly attached. I like them together a lot, but I don't want to overuse that, especially in a singles match.
But,
so
and hear me out,
not Bay.
Blood Feud, which would be totally reasonable, or just combination of wrestlers who the crowd would easily agree they would want to see fight forever. Sidebar, fight forever. Actual wrestling chant. So,
well, this isn't even a one-on-one. Because we were saying that this could be more than that. So,
so we're making this. Oh no, I was
because I was saying we can spread it out. That we can do like maybe a 4 or 5 person for the gauntlet match, and then potentially 3, 4 over here.
Oh, okay. That is all right. We can still do that. That would be interesting. Multi-person buried alive / casket match. Ooh.
So would that just basically be last competitor standing at that point?
Well, I think it would just be that the genius of this is the fact that this is a comically oversized beverage. So in theory,
that it's big enough and that the
If you get dunked,
lost
you're
condition
out.
is that you get dunked,
Yeah.
as opposed to going over the top rope. It's into the cup.
Yeah, you get dunked, you get lost. That's how it works.
Okay.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
So with Polka and at least one other, we're down to 6.
What if we had Nene, Matsuri, and Sana? I like that. Because those are 4 of the most comedic ones that we have on the roster of just being out there and silly. They aren't ones that I would expect to perform particularly well in a Rumble style scenario anyway. So I feel like this would be a really nice way to give them a chance to shine, give them something memorable to do, and that all 4 feel pretty relative in terms of power levels. We have actually established Nene as a pretty big powerhouse, so she has a bit of a name pull there, but I have an idea of who I want to win this one, actually. But so that's who I'm thinking. I'm up for vetoes if you all have other ideas, but I feel like those 4 would mesh well together.
The only reason I'm hesitant about Matsuri and Nene in the same match as opponents is keep in mind they were teammates at Hologeddon.
Oh, they were. That's
for Team
right.
HCW.
You're right. Okay. So what if we took out Nene?
I'm cool with either one of them being in there. I just don't want them in the same match.
Just don't want them both. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to quickly cut in, RJ in the chat is pointing out better be Nene who wins. So if we're having Nene in there, we better be giving that one to Nene. Or RJ will riot and possibly deny us all these lovely illustrations.
What if we put let's get some Indonesia representation, Risu.
Okay.
She's also definitely that chaotic, fun type. Again, not going to be super strong, probably not going to do much in a Rumble scenario, but I feel like this is 4 very diverse, very fun talents. You don't need to bother spelling them all out. You can just go.
I know.
Meanwhile, I'm trying to make the very, very difficult decision of what variety of Blizzard we are going to be dunking our contestants into. Because
Risu's here. It has to be something with nuts.
It's got to be like
that's perfect, because the one I was eyeing, I was looking specifically at the signature creations, because I'm like, I feel like we should avoid some of the candy classics because, even though that's perfectly
we already
acceptable,
have our main sponsor. We don't want a secondary brand sponsor.
Exactly. So how about the Turtle Pecan Cluster Blizzard Treat?
Sounds great.
Love it.
Book it. So we're going to be dunking the competitors into a Turtle Pecan Cluster Blizzard Treat, one of the signature creations, courtesy of our #not-sponsored Dairy Queen, who would like to once again, for like the 15th time in the last 5 minutes, remind us that happy tastes good.
All right, you can chill out with that, Mario. This isn't Monday Night Raw, and we're not sponsored by Sonic this time.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. This hits very differently. Well, it's cool. Why did I just say that term? What I meant to say was it's all right, because once we get past this match, there's no need to go hard on the shills. It's just man, oh man. This just keeps setting me up. It just keeps setting me up.
It was a chocolate pecan blizzard?
Specifically, it is the Turtle Pecan Cluster.
Turtle.
And for those of you who are wondering, the Turtle Pecan Cluster Blizzard Treat includes Pecan pieces, chocolatey shavings, and rich caramel blended with creamy Dairy Queen soft serve to Blizzard treat perfection. There are 400 calories, and as a casual reminder, we did mention that there, are nuts in there, so there are tree nuts as well as soy and milk. So allergy warnings for those of you who may be concerned.
Cool. Well, I kind of want Sana to win this.
Your thoughts, Reach? Because I hear the chuckling. So,
let's have our last two. My brain is trying to figure out how to word this. Let's throw in a little Holo No Mercy callback, shall we? And let's have the last two come down to Sana and Matsuri, and let's go with the Keijo ending, because why the hell not?
Oh. Okay then. Okay then.
Well, here's the thing, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I want Sana to win. And the last time we had a Keijo ending, it was one end, and there's two primary weapons in Keijo, so let's have them use the other one because that's going to be what Sana specializes in anyways.
That is true.
Yeah.
She's got the heavy artillery.
She is big Sana.
Yep. Celestial Booba.
So, yeah, I feel like Matsuri gets Risu, who's probably a bit too eager to get in there and just start munching away on the turtle pecan clusters.
Risu's like, screw the match. I just want my snack.
Wow, so just self-elimination.
I'm getting paid tonight, and I get to have nuts and ice cream. This is the best gig ever.
I mean, that would be a pretty great gig for an actual squirrel. So yes,
like Risu gets thrown in. Oh no. Anyway,
not even. I love the idea that just the match begins. Belle has just barely rung. She's just like,
she's already scampering.
She has a moment where she looks like she's just going to jump involuntarily, then decides against, but then as soon as she gets even the slightest bit overpowered, she's like, screw this.
Oh, no, I love the idea that she like runs for it, pauses, does a double take, considers the situation, shrugs it off, and just dives in anyway. Just like, nuts to this. Hi-oh.
I get it.
I wasn't even planning that one, but yeah, that's... I feel like that would be the appropriate reaction in this case. So definitely a self-elimination. Also, I realized we are totally booking this match before we got to match number 2. Oops.
This is fine.
That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine.
Well, we'll shuffle this around in post. Sorry, Neo Ivan.
Will we though? We'll go.
We don't need to because we'll have the visual
card again. We'll recap the card at the end in the correct order.
Anyway, I'm pretty sure we left some sort of a good cut point, so I think we'll be able to do this. We got this. We got this. All right. And speaking of we got this, we got our graphic. Let's go throw that sucker on the screen. Give the people what they want to see. As soon as I save it. Alrighty. Let's add you to here. Boom. And a boom.
So just to keep things moving, I just have it as Risu dunks herself. She just wanted the turtle pecan clusters. Matsuri dunks polka. Sana front Keijo's Matsuri. And that's my, classy way of putting it.
You know what just came to mind? And I know, I think both of you will appreciate this one very nicely. So remember that bit in Spaceballs when they were all going to the escape pods?
Yeah.
I'm the bearded lady.
I'm the bearded lady.
Yep. Basically, Sana gives the treatment. Just bump. Just like that.
Front Keijos.
Like not even a Keijo, just like straight up, just like a cocky bump. Just like nudge right into the blizzard.
And then
And just
I
just
suppose
starts
it
like
just means that
showboating right from there, just like doing like a queen wave or something to the audience as she's declared the winner.
sounds good to me. And we now have, let me do one last count to make sure. One. Yes, we have 34 left. So to use everyone, we would need to put oh wait a minute. I'm sorry, because we need to put 2 of them at least in the matches tomorrow.
That is true.
You know what? Actually, maybe we can.
Also going to throw this out here. If we do, if we run out of spots on the main card and we still have at least 2 talents left over, there's always the option of a quote unquote pre-show match that goes on before the actual event. If we wanted to slate them for that, it's an option. Because like pre-show
we can
matches
keep
before
that,
pay-per-views
we
are a
can keep
thing.
that open.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That is true. Or theoretically, we can even add a match to night 2 just as like a quick filler.
That is true. We could also do that.
So we have the
Yeah,
flexibility because beyond an extra match in the second night, that's probably as far as we should go, so that we don't have night 2, being a little too overloaded.
Oh
Agreed.
yeah.
Yeah. But that means we only need to put 2 in match 2, so it actually got simpler that way.
Hooray!
All right, so we got a singles match. Well, I mean, it is Holo Queendom. So do we have do we just have all titles defended in this event and go ahead and make match 2 the Intercontinental Championship match and have Kanata defend the night?
Do we have all of them there? 1, 2.
We have all titles slated to be contested except for the Intercontinental title.
I thought there were 7 total belt slots because there's 2 for
6.
the tag.
There's 6 belts. There's 2 for the tag, then World, Intercontinental, Atlantic, and Pacific.
Yeah, I would definitely say if we're going to do that, we should definitely do that night 1. Preferably earlier in the match for recovery time. So if we're going to pull the trigger on that.
Actually,
match
no,
2 is
I
probably
don't
gonna
want
be
to
where we're
because
gonna do that.
because we have Kanata slated for the Rumble.
And that's particularly why I was saying that. So like if we want to have her on the card and defending the belt, the best time to do that, because again, if we double dip for the Rumble, that's fine. Because they're
not unheard of either.
Exactly.
It's not unheard of for someone with an undercard title to also enter the Rumble. That has been done before.
Yeah.
But I figured since we're trying to get as many talents in as possible anyways, I don't know if it's necessary to do the defense here.
And even then, she could kind of be treating it as a warm-up match. She might have even requested it. It's just like, look, I gotta get ready for the Rumble. Feed me a victim.
Well, I don't know. Okay, this is actually kind of a tricky. This is a bit of a tricky spot now.
You know what? How about this? Let's fast forward a bit. Let's look at the Pacific and Atlantic. Think about those a bit, and then we can hop back to this one.
Okay, so
like we said, at the end of this, we're going to go through it all in chronological order, but let's start filling out a couple other slots over there, and maybe along the way we'll stumble into an idea.
Prepare to fast forward!
Preparing to fast forward. Wait a minute, we're not sponsored by Spaceballs.
Not this time.
So who do we want facing Moona, and who do we want facing Kiara?
So the real question is, who do we have left in terms of available talent?
If you have the document open, if you scroll down past the 1 through 30 numbered list, that's who's left.
I think I'm looking at the wrong list because I'm looking at the full roster list.
Oh no, I'm looking at I moved it over to the main Holo Queendom document.
Ah, okay. That I see. Okay.
Okay. While Mario's doing that, since we're talking on the
Oh,
subject
wait
of Spaceballs, you can check out the Digital Era Entertainment radio drama presentation of Spaceballs over on the Digital Era YouTube channel.
Yeah. Let's see here. We can. Who would be fun? Who's someone that's maybe Flair?
Or
I feel like Flair could be fun.
Yeah, she hasn't gotten to do much lately, has she?
She hasn't.
Ooh, and I think I might have an idea for for the Atlantic.
go on.
How do we feel about giving everyone's favorite horny pirate a title match?
Ooh. I have been wanting to do more with Marine, and
I'm cool with
even
that.
if she doesn't win this, I think that having her appear in a title match
Mm-hmm.
helps start to establish general purpose street cred, even if she doesn't
Yeah,
win it.
it helps build her credibility to the point
Mhm.
where it's like she's at the point where she's in a title picture.
Yeah,
So
because
Yeah.
she hosted
Okay.
Holomania, even though she totally ate ship.
Now, who would
Uh,
we put her against? Who would we put
Oh, no,
Marine against?
Marine would be against Kiara for the Atlantic title, because the other reason I said this would be hilarious. Think of all the Pirates of the Caribbean themed promos she would cut in the
Oh,
TV shows leading up to that.
true.
It would be amazing.
Mhm.
Like
It writes itself.
it writes itself. So yes. So Kiara versus Marine for the Atlantic title as
Okay.
match 2 for Holo Queendom Night 2. And for the Pacific title,
I'm gonna go throw a name out here that I want to eliminate for tonight. I do not want Ayame because I eventually, like, spoiler alert, I eventually want Ayame to take the Pacific title.
Okay.
all right.
But that would mean that she does not fight for that title tonight because, again, spoiler alert,
The
Usada's
challenges
still-
aren't winning tonight.
yeah, no. All of Usada are retaining their titles tonight.
What about...
I've got 2 in mind.
Oh?
Go on.
And depending on how we want to play this, we could theoretically set up something for Mania over the course of this one.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want Gura, perennial favorite, never really gets a chance at any of the big girl belts, or the newly debuted Chloe?
Do we put Holix in a title picture this early?
I think it's too early for Holix, but
Okay,
I'm on board with Gura.
This works because we have Gura in the match. Chloe needs to get involved in an interference over the course of it. Because I was going to say, whoever's in the match, the opposite should be the one to make an interference. But given their overall alignments, it feels more proper that Gura, who I imagine is like de facto face, would get a run in from
babiest of
presumably
baby faces.
Yeah, presumably heel Chloe, even though we all love our Orca girl.
Oh yeah,
like
she's like Chloe is very much the crowd has. I imagine the crowd would have the same attitude towards Chloe as they do the Young Bucks, in that the Young Bucks are most definitely heels. That doesn't stop them from being fan favorites.
Yes,
like crowd still loves them.
Yes, that's a
now,
great
what's
analogy.
the motivation for her to do this interference exactly?
Make a name for yourself by going after the biggest fish in the tank. Sometimes that's
Yeah,
all it is.
literally.
You're the new kid on the block. You're here to make a name for yourself. How do you do that? Go after the biggest name you can think of.
Yeah.
And for
Now,
Chloe, that would be Gura.
In this interference, does it cause Gura to forfeit the match, or
Oh no, just lose.
I imagine this would be a and oh my God, I feel Simon Miller glaring at me from across the pond.
It's okay.
This would
It's
be
okay.
a distraction finish. So Chloe
Oh,
interfering
okay.
does not necessarily force a disqualification per se, but it distracts Gura to the point where Moona is able to get the 1-up on her and pin her for the 1-2-3. Doesn't have to be a roll-up, but it's enough to where Moona is able to get into position to catch Gura off guard, land her finisher, and get a clean 1-2-3. We're not doing a distraction surprise roll-up, not here. But we can still do a distraction finish and still get a clean pin.
Yeah, I'm down for that. So we could totally book that as the as the canonical setup as well as the finish. So we can definitely put a pin in that and come back to it as the to work out some quick details, but at least we know who's going to be involved and what the finish is, so we can just quickly fill in a few dots. So just to reiterate, so Pacific title match is going to be between Moona and Gura. The Atlantic title match is going to be between Kiara and Marine.
Sounds good.
Okay. So we are putting that in the document for RJ's reference. So now that we have the mid-card title... Oh, you know what? RJ, you get the Vince on stream for this, because beautiful, my friend, beautiful. Like the timing as soon as I finish saying this. All right, so we are going to save that for when we come up to it chronologically. So we are all set for that. Let me just see where this falls in line with the match chronology. So that is 7. Okay.
I just want to point out that this whole time I've just been bumping to the instrumental for Remember the Name in my headphones for the past hour and a half.
Also, one thing I realized that we need to start incorporating into these broadcasts, Mario, we need some BGM. Like, even if it's not, the official theme song, I feel like the broadcasts are a bit too silent.
Mario, you know what? I'll get with you on that, because I might have a way to get us some good BGM.
Yeah,
safely.
Just like use Dova Syndrome. Use Dova Syndrome. It's the go-to.
I am totally fine with that. No arguments here. Okay, sorry. I was just getting our graphical assets ready to go. Assets. Marine. she would make jokes about that, because that's what she does.
We never. I don't think we've ever actually said this on air. I just mentioned it in passing, in our group chat. I want Marine's finisher. For those familiar with Naomi's finisher, the rear view, I want it to be that, but because it's Marine, we rename it to Pirate's Booty.
Yep. As it should be.
Yep. Yes, that is 100% intended double entendre.
Yep. And that's why it's perfect for her. Okay, so we have that graphical asset ready to go. Okay, so we have still match number 2 from night 1 to kind of figure out before we start going through the finer points of our tag team match. So match number 2. So we've I hope filled out enough to be able to pull what we need for match number 2, or do we still need to whittle some numbers down?
Well, that was also just sort of biased time to potentially think, but at the same time, hey, that was 2 really good match, 2 really easy pairings. For this one, do we want there to be a gimmick here? Actually, you know what?
I would say no, because we're already opening with, well, not so much a gimmick, but a stipulation match. We have a literal gimmick match for match number 3, and our main event, while it is a main title match, it is also a stipulation match, which will probably get gimmicky given the nature of the of the street fight.
Do you want to start nursing that Hachima Holics, spat? That it's not going to be Laplace here. but we can say that Hachima was able to get the ear of the booking committee and put her against someone in Holics. But it would be, well, it could just be Chloe, because Chloe is technically the lowest on the ladder. She is the intern, and she's already in the arena, as is established. Oh no, wait, no, that's not until the next night. Darn it.
Yeah,
Never mind.
Wait, but here's why this could work. Especially if she's gonna lose the match, that would give her some incentive to try and stir some stuff up the following evening.
Or, well,
I'm just putting that out there because if
or
Reach,
no,
I
I think the other way around. I think that Chloe wins the match and then is getting really confident. And
Ooh.
that's why she goes after Gura.
Okay, I actually like that. That's pretty good. What do you think, Reach?
So
I am
it
fine
might
with
just
that.
be on my end, but you're sounding a little bit robotic, Mario.
I think it's just on your end. He sounds fine to me. Mario, say something real quick.
Yep. I'm saying something fairly quick.
Give me
I
a
guess.
second.
Yeah, that's just you, Joel. I am fine with this on one condition, because we basically have a slow burn, long-term booking plan in place for Holux and Hachima, and a few other parties involved that we'll get to later. I want Chloe to beat Aki Haato, not Hachima.
Yes, sorry. Yeah.
And then we maybe catch another glimpse post match of Hachima making a brief appearance like she did at Holoday Havoc when she was staring down Laplace. Now she's staring down Chloe. Like the spirit of Hachima is slowly becoming more enraged at these upstarts who think they're so tough, who think they're so powerful. And eventually she's going to snap, and Hachima at large will take full control and unleash her reckoning upon secret society. Just not tonight. Not yet.
Yeah, I like that. Slow burn.
So we book this as Sakamata Chloe versus Aki Haato, with Chloe pinning Haato cleanly. But then like catching the glimpse of the spirit of Hachima.
Sidebar.
To become more enraged.
Seems that you are now sounding robotic to me, Reach.
Uh-oh.
Oh wait. Start talking?
This is Reach's Beast reporting from the great state of Texas on Digital Era Twitch.
Yep, coming at us live from the DFW. Okay, weird. You suddenly sound fine again.
Okay.
And I noticed it came back after Joel popped in and popped out. That's really weird. So sorry.
It might be
everything sounds fine on stream, which is great. Thank you for that, Nathan.
I'm
appreciate
still hearing
the
you guys is a bit garbled. I don't know what's going on. I'm hoping
it might be a Discord thing. Discord's voice servers might just be having some issues right now, and if that's the case, there's really nothing we can do about it.
Yeah, and I'm just more concerned about what I'm hearing from here, because that's obviously going out to our live broadcast.
Oh yeah.
So that's why I was flagging just now, just in case I had to.
Nathan's saying everyone sounds fine on stream.
Yeah, that's why I was just calling. So okay, cool.
I'm gonna see if I can get another set of put on earbuds or something, because you all are sounding really bad to me. Give me just a moment. Sorry, folks.
Special singles match. So let's just quickly recap before we move on to the next match that we need to sort out here. And that is, in this match, we have Chloe winning by pinfall. The crowd is going to get a glimpse of Hachima after the match. So we know that something is up. Something has been set in motion, courtesy of the ending of Holoday Havoc, as well as this special singles match at night 1 of Holo Queendom. Important question. Is this a pretty balanced and contested match, or is this going to be just an absolute squash?
I think balanced and contested. But I would imagine that Chloe actually ends up being a lot more skillful and a lot more powerful than Haato anticipated. And with that in mind, I imagine the match
Oh, wait a
ends
minute.
up
I thought
not
we were
lasting
saying that
that
Chloe was
long.
winning
She is.
because
Oh yeah,
okay,
no,
yeah.
she's winning. We're just trying to figure by what metric is this victory.
Like it's like I imagine
Well, because
it's
we've already established Haato as quite competent.
oh yeah. But what I'm saying is she doesn't expect Chloe to be anywhere near her level, and yet she is. And as a result, while the match is still balanced and fairly well paced, Chloe ends up scoring a win fairly quickly, I would imagine. Like, it doesn't get dragged out too long. Chloe is able to. It doesn't take long for Chloe to figure out or to get Hato's number, basically.
Okay, so it's more of a surprise victory that is still, fairly contested as opposed to just a one-sided blowout.
Yeah.
Well, okay then. I'm fine with that. If the rest of the committee
Yeah,
is fine with
sounds
that,
good to me.
Fine by me.
cool. So there we go. That is in the books, and now we are going to skip ahead to our next match. Paused for a
So
break
we-
point so that way we can shuffle this in post. All right, so let's move along to our tag team match. We're going to bring up the graphic, and I will reintroduce that as soon as I bring up the graphic. Please give me a moment. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Where are you at? All right, it is time for the tag team championship match. One of the other belts being defended here on night 1 of Holo Queendom. We have the defending Wolves of Japan going up against Towa and Rushia. All right, how is this going down? Because this is one of the ones that we may have just set up the framework for, but we definitely do not yet have kind of our beat for beat for this particular match.
It's obviously got to be a close one.
Oh yeah, they're like this. I want people on the edge of their seats. I want all of the near falls. I want all of the high spots. I want this to feel like they are trying to steal the show tonight before the actual main event takes place. Like this, like the emotional investment needs to be real. Also, I'm looking around and I just realized I moved all my Dr. Pepper to the fridge in the other room. That's fine. I'll get it when I go get my Blizzard.
Now, a question. So,
Nice.
spoiler alert, the Wolves of Japan do not retain.
No.
Bum,
By
bum,
by all
bum.
rights, one of the things that we've talked about when booking past tag matches is inherent synergy and also experience with their partner. Towa and Rushia have never had a tag match together. The fact that they are going to unseat Fubuki and Mio in and of itself is going to be a shocker, but the fact that they are doing it as a first time, well, I assume that they've won a couple tag matches in the month and a half or so
Yeah.
since
They-
Usada was unveiled, that they've worked their way up. So I guess they've been getting to know each other, but at the same time, they're a relatively new tag team versus one of the, if not the most seasoned pair in the entire promotion.
in the entire tag team division, basically. Because like we've stated, like Mio and Fubuki have had that lasting working relationship. They have had months, if not up to this point, years prior to like the inaugural Rumble event, assuming that wrestling, like HCW wrestling, was a thing before the inaugural Rumble. They've had all that time in the ring together, always, like basically 95% of the time their matches have been together as a tag team. They've had the odd singles match here and there, like we had Fubuki in the triple threat match in the inaugural Rumble, and Mio was in the Rumble itself. But pretty much beyond that, they have exclusively operated as a tag team. So they have that synergy, they have that level of communication. They know exactly how the other person works and can anticipate ahead. Like they're basically at all times, they are 3 steps ahead of each other, anticipating what their partner is going to do, which is what makes them one of, if not the most efficient and dangerous tag team in the entire company, as opposed to Towa and Rushia, who have never operated as a tag team prior to the formation of the Usada Corporation only a few months ago. So for Towa and Rushia to unseat the Wolves of Japan as the tag team champions, we're going to have to play this one very carefully to make it believable.
Yeah, well, the question was going to be,
may I...
is it a clean win?
That was what I was going to throw in there, because may I propose this? Dirty victory. Who do we not have involved with Night 1 at all thus far, who potentially could be escorting her teammates to the ring and hanging around the ring as a manager, and possibly be the direct cause of why the Wolves of Japan lose this match and adds more heat, as if she needed any more already?
But on the flip side, because I'm not sure either way, honestly, part of me feels like having them win through cheating is going to be one of the most believable ways. But at the same time, does that undercut the perceived strength of them, that, oh, if they needed to cheat to win, they're not going to be that difficult to take down, that they aren't going to be as fearsome if they win dirty? But if they are able to just topple the Wolves of Japan without having even half of their experience in terms of time, that makes them look like absolute powerhouses.
I could actually counter this point with 2 words. Kenny Omega. He won the AEW title in a very tainted victory, went on to dominate and become the belt collector with, for the most part, fairly untainted victories, up until, he lost it to Hangman Adam Page. That being said, even though the circumstances under which he won the title were uncharacteristically dirty and theoretically could undercut the dominance that he had shown in many other promotions prior, it didn't really affect things, and he was still like the top guy. He just happened to now have
the trouble
this
there
reputation
is
of
Kenny Omega had a very long run. We don't know how long the run of Towa and Rushia will be.
Here's my counterpoint to this: as like, would a dirty victory undercut how powerful they are as a team and just make it seem like, oh, well, they had to cheat to win, so in a legitimate match they should be pushovers? They cheated to win the first time. Who's to say they can and won't do it again? Who's to say they won't do everything in their power to retain those belts just in the same manner they did to get them in the first place? A match is only as legitimate as the heel wants it to be.
You have a point. Like I said, I could really go either way. Do either of you have a preference? Do you feel that it would be more narratively appropriate or satisfying to have the cheating element?
Oh, absolutely.
Or do you think that it would be
in character? It would be in character for them being part of the Usada Corporation.
Mm-hmm. Because, the strength in numbers. Why would they be squatting up if they weren't going to take advantage of that? Like that's part of the idea. Or we could do another
throwback.
Go on.
We could do a J-Chad throwback where they didn't ask for the help, but Pekora did it anyway.
That does open up possibilities, actually.
Given where this story arc is ultimately going to go, no spoilers here, but the 3 of us know how this is going to end up. I think I actually like that better.
Yeah.
Especially given who is involved in this match. Like, oh my god, that actually, Joel, that actually works really well.
I wasn't gonna even say that much, but yes.
Yeah. I like that because one final point for in favor of the cheating scummy heel tactics. Notice what kind of a team it's being deployed against. I mean, it can really go either way depending on what your long-term plan is, but for the purposes of the narrative we're spinning here, it makes sense that in this case, the good guys don't win. The good guys do, in fact, get literally cheated out of their prize because it fits the narrative that we're trying to spin, which is, oh man, Usada Corp, they are hoovering up all the belts. They will do things however they need to get the job
by
done.
any means necessary, and that they are also just trouncing on the dreams that we set up the Wolves of Japan to struggle to get their belts. So for them to only have the championship for a month is crushing.
Exactly. For the hopeless note we want to end this part of the story on, that's really, really good. Like, if the overall long-term narrative were different, it'd be kind of crappy, really, to do that to them. But for the story we're trying to tell, as much as it's going to suck to watch that happen, especially for the crowd, that's part of the narrative and part of the journey we're going on with all these characters. So yeah, dirty win all the way. I don't like those.
What do you think the dirty win is?
So definitely Pekora has to be involved in some capacity. We have a few options. We could go with the distraction non-combative type of finish, where she makes her presence known, it distracts one or both of the wolves, and that's what costs them their focus and ultimately the match. She could get more directly involved, like distracting the referee, and her teammates take advantage of that for dirty techniques or outside objects.
I feel like it can't be distracting the ref, because if we're saying that Towa and Rushia are not actively seeking or do not necessarily want outside help,
it's got to be more underhanded.
It has to be more underhanded. It has to be more direct, and it has to be in a way that they might still be aware of it. And obviously, when they see it happening, if it's already too late, they're not going to, disqualify themselves from the match or anything. They're not quite that good, but they're going to be really frustrated.
Yeah. Again, I'm just throwing out a plethora of options just to give us some things to work with in terms of, cheaty heel tactics that would totally make sense in this particular situation.
I like the distracting of one of the two members. Or actually, throws a carrot into the ring and one of them trips on it. Like, literally plucks one of the carrots out of her hair. And, classic cartoon banana peel moment.
Well, I mean, depending on how carefully we want to follow with Hololive canon, I would strongly advise against that idea, considering we have seen via Holono Graffiti that removing those carrots from her hair will trigger a singularity. But
that's right.
I'm just trying to think of various things that Pekora could do that would basically go unnoticed by all except the person that she interacts with. A challenge indeed.
I feel like it could be something where maybe she even just as simple as reaches in under the bottom rope, grabs the ankle, and she is on the shorter side, so others wouldn't necessarily see her. If anything, I sort of have the image of only her ears poking up are visible, and that you see just her hand reach up, grab the ankle of Fubuki, pull it, causes her to fall, and Towa was already running toward Fubuki, going to, do an attack, and the timing is such that she thinks that she actually just landed a good hit. She doesn't realize that at the exact moment of impact that her feet were literally swept out from under her. And 1, 2, 3, that's the pin.
That's actually a perfect cheaty heel tactic that is legitimate. And funny enough, I was just getting a mental image of something very similar to that. Like, Pekora either, coming in from the crowd, just like she was just blending in for part of the show, just comes out, holds the leg, or, sweeps the leg and just kind of scampers off or darts under the ring to hide. I do like the idea of her, popping out from under the ring, just hand on the ankle, at like preventing either a match saving run in.
So this is different because initially Reach had suggested that Pekora join them as they walk down the ramp as their manager. But are we saying that she's planted under the ring to begin with?
This could be an interesting swerve on it too. Like she's aware that her teammates wouldn't take too kindly, but she's just like, have gold, don't care. Just take all the gold. Gotta do what you gotta do. And I also imagine, like, in the aftermath, as kind of a way to play into this, are you familiar with the Hand of God goal from a World Cup game way back in the day with Argentina?
I am not.
Okay, I believe this was Maradona, who recently passed away, if I recall correctly. There's this whole controversy about a game-winning goal where allegedly it was, scored with a handball, essentially. And even though it was like more or less fully caught on camera, it was like, oh no, it was the hand of God. The hand of God helped me win with the, for my team. So I feel like in the aftermath, Pekora, cutting this hand of God promo for the audience, we'd just be like, you cheeky bitch. How dare you? And Towa and Rushia just being completely oblivious until it's revealed like what actually happened over time.
Sure.
The hand of God.
Sure.
So, yeah.
No, we had Haato in the other match.
Hi-oh.
Yes, my God, Chima.
But yeah, general thoughts on that approach then.
Yeah. So are we saying that she is indeed walking down the ramp as their manager? She's not planted under the ring?
That was my original inclination, but when you presented the alternate scenario, somehow it feels more appropriate to have her being sneaky and just popping up from under the mat.
Okay.
Especially if this is going to be seeding a long-term dispute. Okay, so I take it we are good to go on this match?
Yeah, I'm just typing up some of the stuff right now for the document.
Okie dokie. Also, I haven't had a chance to acknowledge this yet. First off, thank you, Pion 3000, for dropping a chat and a follow there. Yes, team chopping board indeed. Oh Lord. Okay.
Wow. RJ, can we get an edit on that match card?
Listen here, y'all. Listen here, chat.
That wasn't even intentional, but
Tokoyami Towa
who
has
was that
a
in the
beautiful...
chat? Who was that? Because they know what they're talking about.
Tokoyami Towa has a beautiful, perfectly portioned form. She is absolutely gorgeous and perfect as she is. I will not hear a single bad word about my best girl. Rushia,
we didn't say there was anything. We didn't say there was anything wrong with it. We're just commenting on geometry. That's all.
Shapes, y'all.
There is no bad geometry.
Every shape is great. Okay, so let me switch our graphic, because now that we have figured out who is walking away with the tag team championships. Spoiler, it wasn't the champions. It is now time for one more title defense as we reach the end of night 1 of Holo Queendom. That is, of course, our main event, the street fight for the HCW World Championship, which will be contested in a street fight. This is between the challenger Noel and the champion Roboco. Long live the queen. Okay, so this match, here's the $1 million question. How buck wild do we want to get with this match?
Here's the thing. So this is going to be one where I am even less useful than usual because I'm not really familiar with street fights and what the conventional things are here. I assume that the number of falls is a bit less because asphalt is going to be a lot worse than the mat. But past that, I don't know, like, when we say street fight, is it common that they grab signs or stuff?
Okay, so
what are the iconic parts of a street fight apart from just the aesthetics of the surroundings?
There's 2 ways we could go about this as far as locale. Most commonly, a quote-unquote street fight takes place in the arena, in the ring, but it's basically another word for a no DQ match, but there are a lot of objects available and strewn around the ring that you would typically find.
I thought this was like actually outside on a street.
Well, we could also do that. That is also a valid option. We could have this take place like out in the parking lot of the arena or like in the arena garage or something of that nature, which has also been done before. We had, what was it? Cena and Eddie Guerrero had like a proper street fight, like inside of a ring of cars or something like that, Mario.
Yeah, and
I think I remember that being the thing.
There's a reason why I was asking this question, because I just dropped something in our booking committee chat. Because, casual reminder, Tokyo Dome is surrounded by Tokyo Dome City, which is essentially an amusement park. There are plenty of fun attractions and all sorts of stores with all sorts of goodies that can be purchased, or in this case, used to bludgeon the living hell out of each other.
So we make this a street fight / falls count anywhere match.
Yeah, so in theory, this is why I wanted to know how buck wild do we want to get. Do we want this to start in the Tokyo Dome and spill out into Tokyo Dome City? Or do we want to just, do a more traditional street fight? We can still go all over.
Part of me almost wants to say that we let them each loose at opposite ends of Tokyo Dome City, and wherever they meet, they fight.
Let them fight. That's all I can think of. Yep. Reach, throwing it right there in our group chat. Cue the meme, because seriously, that is.
I feel like they should start the match together, just because we don't want to waste too much time of them going through trying to find each other. We could definitely have this. I'm perfectly fine with having this start in the ring and then it eventually transition into a more or less cinematic match, but still being broadcast live through Tokyo Dome City and eventually ending wherever. They could make their way back to the ring. We could do it as a falls count anywhere and just have the pinfall happen in front of the funnel cake stand. I don't care. But
darn, I just checked all their restaurants. They don't have a Dairy Queen. They have several Baskin Robbins. They have Taco Bell, but they don't have Dairy Queen.
Oh, if only this was Holo No Mercy.
I was going to say, Taco Bell is a proud # not sponsor of Hololive Championship Wrestling in a previous freemium live event. So that would be oddly poetic. Also, looking through the shops, a few that come to mind, one of which I definitely remember from my own trip to Tokyo almost a decade ago. Good Lord, where does the time go? The Jump Shop, as in Shonen Jump.
I saw that one. I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
nerd in me wants the jump shop.
There is a Sega location over in Tokyo Dome City, so I'm sure there are some stand-up arcade cabinets that are just totally primed to get wrecked. We also have some other fun ones, like where was it? I lost it, but there's a Lawson station. So one of the fine Japanese companies is over there. It seems there's another arcade as well. Of course, the ballpark store, no doubt having merchandise for the local teams.
Yeah. Let's use the jump shop.
So
there
we
could be
can
all sorts of fun stuff there: books, figures, plushies, you name it.
Yeah, because the other advantage to the two combatants we have in this match, normally it would be overkill to do something this ambitious in something as large as Tokyo Dome. But remember, one of them is a literal cyborg. The other is a walking tank. So
I have something I want to add to this. Since you mentioned the baseball shop,
yes,
we don't necessarily have to use it if we want to use the jump shop, but I want them to pass by the baseball shop.
Oh, I know why.
I want in clear view. I want a little Easter egg in the shop window. I want Yago's baseball jersey in the shop window in plain view, because that is a legitimate thing that has happened.
Yep. That,
Oh,
from the promotion
abso-friggin-lutely.
with the Pacific League, that they passed by just a huge banner, actually, because several of the talents, I forget if Roboco or Noel were involved in that particular promotion, but that they had a bunch of them in actual uniforms of teams from the Japan Pacific League. So yes.
And I wouldn't even say that's an Easter egg. I could legitimately see them selling that as special merch for the weekend. So, they probably have that on display because it's like, hey, HCW is doing a 2-night show here this weekend. So that probably would be some exclusive merch that they'd be selling for the purposes of promoting the event. So that is totally acceptable and a very appropriate Easter egg for us, but potentially canon to this whole thing. Okay, so we've got them brawling through shops. We have them pass by the baseball apparel shop where we have that nice Yago Easter egg. we bust up some things over in the jump shop.
Noel was the representative for the Oryx Buffaloes. I don't think Roboco was involved in the promotion, though.
Okay, so then we probably have a Buffalo's jersey, I guess, also hanging in there too, just to kind of like wink, wink, nudge, nudge to past happenings.
Yeah.
So because there is also an amusement park, I'm just quickly refreshing my memory here of some of the stuff they have. Because I'm just trying to see Hero Action Show at the Theater G Rosso. Yep, I definitely went there. I was definitely the grown-ass American sitting by himself, surrounded by Japanese families watching a tokusatsu live show, because sure. They also have the Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum also in their attractions at Tokyo Dome City. I definitely feel like baseball items are going to come into play. Like a baseball bat's definitely getting swung around at some point.
Yep. Yeah. I'm liking all of this.
Oh, they have a bowling center. And table tennis space and roller skate arena.
We need to stop talking about Tokyo Dome City, Mario. We have a show to book.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
We still got to get to the big main event. So
my point is, this is all these are all the playgrounds, pun somewhat intended.
Not sponsored. # please sponsor us, Tokyo Dome City. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. That'd be a good one. Basically, since this is the main event, we've been fairly restrained with a lot of these matches in the undercard. I think this one would easily go like an hour, maybe an hour plus, just in terms of sheer insanity and the amount of ground that they have to cover.
Yeah, and since part of it could be spent with them sort of stalking, menacingly walking towards each other, one's backing up as they move from locale to locale, and that gives them the chance to get their breathers in between the different bouts.
Yeah, and with the variety of stuff that they can they can take advantage of. It can alternate between absolutely brutal to absolutely comical. So you can really run a gamut of both, a very serious hardcore match, but also a very silly comedy match, much like we've already seen over the course of the evening. So in a weird way, this would be like the wrestling experience distilled into one championship match. So you can really get like a flavor of everything, which in itself makes this a true main event. It's like what best encapsulates the experience of watching a wrestling show? Well, let me point you to Holo Queendom Night 1 at the Tokyo Dome, the main event between Noel and Roboco. Why? You got everything in this match.
Oh, yeah. Everything, including the kitchen sink.
Considering they're passing through probably a few restaurants and combines, yeah, minimum the kitchen sink. So the question is, does this match finish outside in Tokyo Dome City, or do we bring it back into the arena and have it end in the middle of the ring? Or do we want to get really stupid and do something that I think is on the level of what we saw in the Holomania main event when Roboco won the championship?
What do you think? What is your really crazy idea?
Codebreaker from the top of the dome.
Oh my god.
You want to end Night 1 on an epic note. If this is going to be, one of Roboco's shining moments.
Is it too much to have it be the Codebreaker again?
I mean, that is her that's her signature finisher,
I suppose, but I guess at a point, does it become too predictable? I'm not sure.
Oh, no. I mean,
this is me not knowing wrestling.
If it's a finishing
is it
maneuver,
common for someone to use? I know it's obviously called their signature finisher for a reason, but is it common for them to use it in like the actual statistical majority of their matches?
Oh yeah, especially if it's a crowd favorite. Like, you do the finisher because it's going to pop the crowd.
Okay, sure.
And yeah, to RJ's point, are you trying to kill Noel? Look, we wouldn't be dishing it out if she couldn't take it. And if she's not walking out with the belt tonight, she's getting put out like a champ. Because my god, like this really would be like the Godzilla fight. if we're going back to that analogy. It's just like epic dive is how we end Night 1.
Oh, and this gives me an idea.
And plus,
it's not for this, but so Reach, you had mentioned that you wanted to get your Blizzard between Nights 1 and Night 2.
Yeah.
So are there any last pieces? Are there any last pieces that we want to wrap up or add to this before we take our break?
I think we're good, honestly, with everything that I'm seeing on the document. We've gone through the beats of all of our Night 1 matches. We know who's winning what. We've got a solid Night 1 card, honestly. Like, I can't think of anything that I would want to add to Night 1. I think we're good to go.
Okay, so I guess
Cool.
let's
in that
just
case, let's take our break.
Yeah, so y'all can do a quick break. I'm just going to kind of take us out with the final visual. So we've got Roboco finally triumphing after this absolutely epic match, finishing with a codebreaker from the top of the Tokyo Dome, like smashing straight through. Thank God we have unlimited budget in this fantasy booking scenario, because the damage cost alone for this main event is going to be staggering. Noel has given it her best, but she just took a finishing maneuver from the top of Tokyo Dome. Because of VTuber physics, she is able to survive this. Same with Roboco being able to deliver it from that height. 1, 2, 3, no questions asked. Roboco is your winner. She stands triumphant, if she can even stand at all. It is a
Roboco stands, looks down at Noel, and says, "The knight should kneel before the queen."
Wow, rude. Oh, wow. I mean, I was going to end it on a far more face style ending because after this, remember we're basically
Okay,
writing.
fine. Well, wait a minute. There's a better way. If you want this to be friendlier,
Yes.
she helps Noel up and says, "You may have lost, but I would be honored to have you as part of my Queen's Guard."
Ooh, okay. That
Interesting.
that works because what I wanted to build to is we are going to be writing Noel off for an indeterminate period of time following this loss. That's also why I wanted to make sure that this ending was just so epically brutal that she would need the time off. It's just like she's not just physically broken but also spiritually broken. She's just like, wow, I went through all that
Okay,
and I still
no. In
couldn't
that
get
case,
it
let's
done.
revert. Then we go for the cruel one, and
No, because
it makes her.
you can still have both because even a gracious champion trying to be kind, when someone is in that place, it doesn't matter what you tell them, they just need to go off and
That's
be
fair. That's
they
fair.
need to go off and be on their own. So Roboco offers a hand, she offers respect. Noel kindly and politely declines, as a good noble knight would, because she needs to go rest for a while before she goes on her next crusade. So with the sight of the two of them, just kind of lying there next to each other, the ice packs being distributed for those of you who watch a lot of New Japan, especially Wrestle Kingdom matches, they're getting iced down. They're having this conversation laid out. Noel gets helped to the back. Roboco gets helped up. She barely is able to keep her composure in terms of her physical well-being, but the champion hobbles off victorious, belt still in hand, as we come to the end of night 1 of Holo Queendom.
Don't forget to check out the playable demo of our upcoming wrestling-themed visual novel, Kokoro no Pro, over on our Itch.io page. Link is in the description below.
All right, and we are back. We are getting set for night 2 of Holo Queendom, coming at you live from the Tokyo Dome. Hashtag not sponsored by, hashtag please sponsor us, Dairy Queen, who as always would like to remind you that happy tastes good. And we are feeling good because after an incredibly epic main event, Roboco is still your HCW World Champion. It was an absolutely brutal affair, and we are very interested to see what the consequences of that are going to be now that Noel has decided to take some time off. Roboco has been through hell, but she gets the evening off to watch what is going to be...
Long live the Queen.
Oh, long live the Queen, because we are now going to be seeing 2 of our remaining title matches as well as the second ever Hololive Rumble, so she will be watching intently to see who our next number 1 contender is going to be. So let me switch the graphic up for our opening match.
So, well, hold on. Before we get to the opening, we have, a little bit of pre-show fun. So the end of the main event last night was the infamous Codebreaker. Kanata, obviously, as most of the talents are watching the match. And when Kanata sees the Codebreaker, she has an intense flashback. She remembers the last move that took down Coco. And it's just, you know that anime shot where you see the face of someone and they are still, but their eyes are just jittering a little bit. I'm feeling that of just, she's not moving or shaking, but you can tell that she is deeply unsettled. Fast forward to the next night, we know that Pekora is not going to be participating in the Rumble. She already has her contract from the previous pay-per-view, so she's not even allowed to compete for this attempt at the title. So she is talking with Kanata, Pryor, and some of the others from Usada, just doing a bit of pep talk, a bit of perhaps reinforcement of her dominance and various forms of control over them. Kanata still a little bit shaken from the previous night, not entirely there, but we all know that even when Kanata mentally isn't at 100%, she's still physically there, and it's part of what makes her so terrifying these past couple months of just the angel has fallen, that all the strength is there, even if none of the heart is. And as she's talking with Pekora and the others, just a little flash of color out of the corner of her eye. She suddenly turns away from the rest of the group and starts darting down the hall and makes it to an intersection, looks down the hall. No one's there. Towa goes up to her, what was that about? And Kanata just sort of shakes her head, blinks slowly a couple times, and says, I thought I saw a tail. I thought I saw a tail. Just between last night and sort of dredging up the old memories of the move that downed Coco, along with her already just sort of being reinforced spiral that Pekora probably threw in some snide comment about Coco, just knowing that it would put Kanata on edge, that mentally she's not in a great place. So we open with that, but then also you get the nice shot of Roboco up in her throne room, the glass box with the throne. She probably has some attendants who are doing the last bit of repairs on her prosthetic limbs, and that for all intents and purposes, she's back at 100%. She just had a brutal extended match the night before, but between the fact that she is just legitimately in peak physical condition, that she is also being tended to by, literal / figurative handmaidens who are also just doing these, extra bits of fine tuning as she sits on her throne looking down at the ring. The stage is set for the second Hololive Rumble.
Ooh, that is just chef's kiss. I love this intro build, especially considering how short night 2 is effectively going to be for the live audience. So while we did pretty much do most of the booking while we were setting everything up during part 1, let's just do a quick run through of the 2 matches that we have before we jump into our main event for night 2, which is the entirety of the second Hololive Rumble. So our opening match, we have the Pacific Championship. Moona, the champion, is defending against Gura, who has not yet had a championship opportunity. Reach, would you like to quickly go through the highlights of what we are going to see in this particular match from start to finish?
Well, first of all, we're not WWE. We can say title shot. It's fine. No one's gonna care. And secondly,
Hi-yo.
bang bang. It turns out to be a fairly even, well-paced match. Perhaps even looking at a few points that perhaps Gura might walk away with it. However, the match ultimately ends when Sakamata Chloe of Secret Society Holux, aka Hololive JP Generation 6, interferes in the match, distracting Gura, allowing Moona to get just that critical moment she needed to get the upper hand, land her finisher, pins Gura 1-2-3. Moona retains the Hololive Pacific title, but perhaps now there may be something brewing between our 2 aquatic residents of Hololive, between Gura and Chloe. More on that at a later time.
Chloe is a bit embarrassed by this, that she wasn't trying to disqualify Gura. She was trying to get the upper hand on Gura herself, not give Moona a chance to get the upper hand on Gura. She, like the other members of Holux, she does not have the active malice that La Plus Darkness has for Usada Corporation, but they are by no means friends, and she knows that when she reports back to her superiors, being the intern that she is, that La Plus is not going to be happy that, one, she went outside of her boundaries and messed with anything, because this was not an assignment of hers. This was not planned by Secret Society Holix. And that in going out and not acting on orders, interfered with a match, and interfered with a match in such a way that benefited Usada Corporation, La Plus is not going to be happy.
Well,
I also want to
And
point something
meanwhile,
out.
Gura
Yes.
is not happy either. And like you said, that might cause some rough seas, shall we say?
Hi-oh!
Ah.
I was going to point out one thing I would like to note that needs to happen in the course of this particular contest. Gura needs to no-sell a Brainbuster.
Please
Think about
enlighten
it.
me as to what those words just were.
I'm giving
actually-
Reach a moment to
I can
process
infer
that.
that
And
a
then,
Brainbuster is a move,
I-
and I can infer that no sell is probably failing the move.
No, okay, so to no sell a move, so like let's say in the case of our last main event, Roboco hits me with a code breaker. If I no sell that code breaker, that basically means I do not sell it for Roboco. I act as though it did not hurt me or phase me at all. You just hit me with
okay.
your most powerful move. Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Yeah, the classic anime, punch and just. So was that a hit?
exactly. It's like,
also,
I'm sorry, was that supposed to tickle? Like,
I'm scoping through some YouTube videos because I need to refresh myself on exactly what a Brainbuster looks like. Here's a good one here. Okay. So, yeah, and it makes sense that we're saying that Gura would be the one to no sell it.
exactly.
Makes sense. Heart of gold, head of bone.
Of course, Shark Brain would be the one to be immune to a Brainbuster. Hi-yo.
Can't bust what ain't there.
Exactly. So Moona thinks, oh, I'm going to hit you with this devastating maneuver. Bonk. Hi.
Gura just sits up looking a little confused.
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah.
That just happened.
Yep. So that needs to be like a highlight of the match, partly because it would be utterly hysterical, and also partly to show, yeah, Gura can go, like, given the right circumstances. But it's mostly there for the amusement of those who are in the know. So I had to point that out. That needed to be a thing that happens at some indeterminate point in the match before whatever the finish is. I feel in this case we don't need to specify that. We just need to make it clear that there's a distraction. We know it's not a roll up. What would be the next best proper finish that we can go with that wouldn't require any sort of head trauma, because clearly that's not going to phase Gura.
So if Moona could somehow get Gura into a position where incapacitated enough to get her in position for a moonsault. It literally writes itself.
Book it.
Have we used that before and I've just forgotten, or has it taken us this long to get here?
I think it's just taken us
pretty
this
sure.
long.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the latter. We have taken this long, and that's why I'm like, you know what?
I feel like I'd remember that.
It's this is as big, if not bigger, than Holomania. So of course we're gonna go extra big and bust out the stuff we haven't figured out before. So yes, Moona with a moonsault combination pin is what puts away Gura in her first championship match. So, like,
Of note, that does make her the third Myth member to get a championship match. That obviously Kiara has a championship. Callie actually got a world championship attempt against Roboco and lost in pretty spectacular fashion, but she got there.
And
this
also
actually
she
makes
was
her the fourth, because remember we gave Ina an intercontinental title match against.
Oh,
Kanata.
that's right. That is right. So we do owe Ame something sometime soon, I suppose.
Yeah, and
Ame needs a title shot at some point.
And of course, Kiara and Mori did briefly hold the tag titles, so they have had gold.
Well, sorry, individual title shot.
There we go. So
singles titles.
So there you go. Okay, so shall we put a pin in this one and move on to, speaking of Myth, the other member of Myth who's got the gold? Shall we move on to the Atlantic? So we are moving on to the Atlantic title with the challenger, everyone's favorite horny pirate Marine, going up against the defending champion Kiara. We have established that part of the reason this match is one that fans are going to look forward to is in the weeks leading up to this, because Marine being the pirate and this being the Atlantic Championship is going to be doing all sorts of Pirates of the Caribbean promos in the weeks leading up to this match.
You can listen to our Pirates of the Caribbean radio drama on the Digital Era Entertainment YouTube channel.
Oh, y'all, the shill game is so on point. I am so proud. So proud.
Especially after Reach had it earlier. I was like, well, you're just teeing me up, so I need to do it myself.
Yep. So there we go. So we have all sorts of build leading into this. Let's go through some highlights, because this is another one that we just kind of know the end result, which is Kiara retains. But how exactly are we going to get there? Are we going to have ourselves a nice competitive match, because we have seen Marine, go in a match?
She has won several matches. She won a match at Mania.
No, Towa won that one.
Oh yeah, remember, she ate ship.
Oh no, that's right.
Quick reminder.
No, sorry. She won the walk the plank match.
Yes.
So
she
defeated her Generation 1 senpai, Natsurio Matsuri, in a walk the plank match. And then lost to Towa at Mania, who then promptly made off with her ship.
Commandeered the ship. I think this one would be just a hair less close than the one with Moona and Gura. That had Chloe not interfered, nobody knows if Gura would or would not have won. There is no interference in this one, and Marine does lose, but it's by no means an embarrassment. But it's clear that if you were to replay this match 7 or 8 times out of 10, Kiara would win it.
Yeah, like, Marine can definitely hold her own in a match, but going up against the Phoenix, who has already, one, proven herself as championship material, and 2, running with that added fuel to the fire from Pekora and being part of Usada, it definitely stacks the deck in Kiara's favor here.
Okay.
Any ideas on specific moments or how things should end? That obviously we will have the Pirates' booty at least attempted once here. I forget, isn't there a move called the Rising Phoenix that we have pretty much gifted to Kiara just de facto?
Yeah, Phoenix Splash would be her
Phoenix
finisher.
Splash, thank you.
And that's how she's going to put away Marine. I feel like for the intro, because again, this is, the second night of a Mania caliber event, Marine definitely needs to do some sort of swashbuckling entrance. I feel like, maybe a zip line entrance, or like a swashbuckling swing from some sort of ridiculous height.
I'd be cool with the zipline entrance if for no other reason than it's a direct parallel. If not, okay, no, let's be honest, it's a straight rip off of the HBK zipline entrance. Let's be real here.
Yeah, he was pretty horny back in the 90s, so yeah, you know what, that tracks. He's a sexy boy.
Again, it taking us this long to come to realizations. Marine is just our HBK.
She really is, except, she hasn't lost her smile, and as far as we know, she's not a complete jerk backstage. Politicking for the boys, if you know what I mean. And RJ in the chat kicking off the HBK theme song. Oh my god.
Please educate me as the resident non-wrestling fan who HBK is. And
Shawn Michaels. We're referring to Shawn Michaels.
Name doesn't mean anything to me either.
Oh, I got it. I got it. Reach. I got this. Okay. Remember the time that we did the "I'm sorry, I love you" super kick thing?
Yes.
He was the one who did that super kick. He's that guy. In the 90s, his whole gimmick was he was a cocky F-boy. I will not say the rest of that because we haven't cashed in our F-bomb season pass.
And we're not gonna use it here.
Nope. Nope. So backstage, he had a bit of a reputation for, not being the nicest. He was also on a lot of drugs back then. Had to retire prematurely for a while because of a legitimate back injury. Came back, had a career resurgence. He also became a born-again Christian, so he definitely cleaned up his act, and he's become pretty decent guy from what I understand. And he is a Hall of Famer who has the moniker Mr. WrestleMania because he has been a part of some of the most famous WrestleMania matches in the history of that event. So, beloved champion who was a bit of a horny jerk back in the 90s. So TLDR, minus the jerk part. Yeah, Marine is basically our HBK. HBK being short for Heartbreak Kid, his nickname in the ring.
Ah, gotcha.
So yeah, that is
Cool.
that's the broad strokes. So yeah, she's our HBK. So we're giving her the WrestleMania 10 entrance where Shawn Michaels zip-lined into the ring at Madison Square Garden the night that he won the title. And yeah, we are definitely going to be referring to that match in the near future. That's all I'm going to say. Neo Ivan to okay, thank you for that, Reach. I was just going to correct Neo Ivan that no, Kiara is not HBK, though that would be hilarious for totally different reasons. Marine is very much HBK. And yes, Neo Ivan,
I'm equally okay with that.
Yeah, exactly. So,
wait, am I missing another reference here?
Oh no, just a misunderstanding over who we're saying.
Yeah, no, we're just
Shawn Michaels.
Neo Ivan caught up.
Yeah. Okay, so fairly competitive match with a fairly audacious opening, appropriate for the HBK of HCW. So I think with the pleasantries out of the way, it's time for the main event, isn't it?
Oh
One
my
second,
god!
just adding the notes.
I am super giddy for this. I am so excited for this. It's time for our second Rumble match.
Woo!
And this is one of the reasons. By the way,
this is the reason that HCW exists.
This is the reason. This is the reason that HCW exists. Yes, because this is the very first event that we ever did for the series. But this is also the reason why we brought it back to the Tokyo Dome as opposed to Cover Core Coliseum for this particular event, because it was unofficially written that the inaugural Hololive Rumble took place in the Tokyo Dome. So we are literally bringing it back to where it all started.
But also,
And
legitimately, when you
right
first talked
now.
with me about this idea, Reach, I recall you concepting specifically a Royal Rumble, like not even a full. Actually, I don't remember if it was a full pay-per-view or if it was just the Royal Rumble, but yeah, this really brings us back to our roots. We have taken this long to get to another one. We have a lot of talents who will be returning, some who won't be, and we know two spots. One is that Nekomata Okayu is slot number 30, as one in night one, and the other is that Amane Kanata is number 1. Who is number 2?
Just real quick, just to kind of continue with that history lesson for just a brief second. The initial concept, the initial idea was, I just wanted to know what would a Rumble match look like if it was, if it consisted of VTubers from Hololive. The original idea was just a Rumble match. I brought the idea to you. We brought the idea to Mario. That got fleshed out into, okay, well, we have some extra names. Let's just go ahead and make this. Let's go ahead and book out a full pay-per-view just for the hell of it and see where it goes. We then realized, history. We have some storylines here we could build off of. We want to do more of these, then which led to Hollow No Mercy, and we never looked back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good times.
And it really didn't hit me until we did this quick history lesson, just how appropriate it is that we are ending the second arc of Hololive Championship Wrestling back where it all begins. I love that kind of full circledness, even though this is obviously not the end of the story we're telling. Just for it to come to a head in such a way, I love that. I love that. Go to the puppet Vince. That's what it is. Oh, such good sheep.
Well, wait a minute. We might be
sheep.
Is that viewable on the stream right now?
No, it's not.
Nope.
No, it's not.
Nope.
No, it's
Okay,
not.
That is why we are.
That is why we can get away with that. Hold on.
Yep.
We're fine.
We're good.
Okay.
We're good. Don't worry, no spoilers. we are ready to rumble. It is time to book this mother of all events. It is the Queendom Rumble match to determine the next number 1 contender who will get a guaranteed shot at the HCW World title at Holomania. All right, so let's start off with entrant number 1. Who drew the short stick to end up in the number 1 position?
Like I said, it's Kanata.
Kanata comes out as number 1. So what we need to determine here is who is coming out as number 2. Taking a look at our list here. We had Korone start the match last year, so let's hold off on her.
Oh, yeah. Actually, one second. I want to pull up.
That actually would not be a bad idea. Let me do the same. Let me actually grab it, and I will post a link to the original document in our group chat as soon as I find it. One moment, please. Let's see.
And one of the things that is going to make our booking of this Rumble a little bit different from last time, since this was, part of an overall match card, and we've already done a fairly hefty amount of booking, we're not going to go to the same lengths as last time, especially because in this case we have a very specific end game that we are essentially aiming for, with a few very important story beats and fun surprises for the audience.
The thing that I want to do, which we did last time, is even if we don't bother with all the individual beats, I want to do what we did last time, where we note how everyone is eliminated.
And by whom.
But we don't need to do beyond that. We don't need to do, blow by blow. But I liked having that detail. I think that was a very fun thing, and I think that we can still manage that level for tonight.
Yeah, because that stuff has come back to be very handy with the planning of all the storylines that have generated from that original HCW event. So I agree. We should definitely at least do that. But basically, we won't be going as ham as we did in part 1 of tonight's stream. not by a long shot, and certainly not as ham as we went before. Oh God, RJ in the chat.
They need to bring up
the Inferno match.
Yeah.
Oh, good times.
Oh.
The turducken match.
Yeah. All right. So we should make a note of that. whenever Rene gets yeeted, we got to have some fire involved. I mean, we're already doing callbacks, as was stated in the opening segment, with the reveal from Kanata that she's seeing some stuff. So I think some more callbacks are in order.
We'll get there when we get there.
So number 2, who is going to be starting off our second ever Hololive Rumble?
Now let me see. So actually, I'm going to do a quick little notation on this list for the folks who are in Usada, just so we have that easily identifiable. Who do we have left, actually? Because there's not too many left, actually.
I think the only one left is Botan. Shion is not part of UC.
Oh, that's right.
Botan's the only one left who has not been in the match.
Wow. Oh, how about that? That's right, yeah. That's right, because we had ideated early on. We had the idea of the way that Pekora would get a shot at the title would be for her to win a Rumble. And then we decided to go with the contract approach instead. Because I think the earliest draft that we had of this was that it was going to be, instead of them picking up a lot of belts, that they would all get to be like the last 7 in the Rumble, and then the 6 other members of Usada would just voluntarily step out, handing the win to Pekora.
Yeah, that was one of the original ideas that we floated.
Yeah.
But
which is part of why I wanted to note, all right, who is left? And yeah, like you said, everyone else has won a title and is already spoken for.
Yeah.
Which is honestly kind of nice that we're keeping, for what we have laid out, that we're keeping most of the Usada Corp clear of the actual Rumble match. So that actually works out really well.
I mean, they got gold. Who cares? It's like,
so
what?
Who are we
Trying.
feeding to Kanata?
Yeah, who are we feeding?
Looking back on the other one, I want to try and avoid using too many of the early folks early now. It doesn't need to be a total inverse, but figuring out a couple rearrangements.
Question.
I mean, Aqua
sorry.
wasn't in the Rumble match. I'm sorry, what was?
I was just gonna say, do we have any intention for Kanata and or whoever else is coming in at number 2 to be, the Iron Woman of the match, i.e., someone who's gonna last most of the match, or at least an
Weren't we gonna have
period.
Kanata be a pretty lengthy stay?
Kanata, yes. I want whoever the number 2 is. I want them thrown out pretty quickly. I want just to make room for number 3, because like it's gonna basically look like Kanata is like, okay, she's gonna easily be able to pick them off one by one as they come into the ring.
Yeah.
Then you know what? I'm gonna flip a suggestion I was gonna make after we did one of our upcoming entries. Let's put Rene in early. Just trust me on this one.
Oh, that's too mean.
Yeah, just trust me on this one.
No, I know what you're thinking. That's too mean. At least let it happen later in the match.
I know where you're going with this.
I want to do better by her. We're trying to build her up.
Mario, let me just say, I know where you're going with this, and I appreciate it. There's another way that we can do it.
Okay.
There is someone else on this list that we can do that with.
Let's.
Oh, okay. Fair. Because I had a different spin, but I was like, oh, well, if we're going down this route.
Looking through the list, what if we threw...
First name that's popping out to me is Aqua, honestly.
We throw Aqua under the bus too much. I want it to be someone a little less obvious.
We gave her a win over Kiara, like in the weekly shows before she joined Usada. Then again, it wasn't.
I was gonna say Mel.
It was a roll up, but
I was gonna say Mel because Mel was number 23 last time around. Because in the first go we had Aqua at. Oh, was she in a different one? That's right. No, because she was in the singles match versus Risu, and she won that match, actually. Okay, fine. We can have it be Aqua.
Okay. So
number 2 is Aqua. The bell rings. The fight starts. Things are going, and it's going to be pretty quick to see. Aqua's not out by the time 60 seconds have passed, but Aqua is literally and figuratively on the ropes at that point, I think.
Oh, yeah. So wait, we say that she does get thrown out before number 3 comes
that
out,
she's
or...
not been thrown out, but she's on the ropes.
Okay.
Oh,
in that case,
I see. That actually still works for the effect we're about to go for. Because weirdly, that would actually at least provide a stay of execution for poor Aqua. Because the reaction of what's coming next. I
have an idea.
Yeah. All right, let's. That's also why I'm keeping quiet. I want to just hear this play out, and I'm standing by with some updated graphics. You just
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Unfamiliar music hits. Music that is not known to belong to anyone in HCW. For audience reference, the song that begins playing, it is the opening riffs of The Only Thing They Fear Is You from Doom. The Tokyo Dome comes unglued. Number 3. Mario, I think this is appropriate. Permission to cash in an F-bomb?
Abso-effing-lutely.
The number 3 entrant is fucking Zentreya of V Shoujo. The streams have been crossed. V Shoujo has arrived in HCW.
When the
Remember
Doom
that
music
tale?
kicks in, you lose it because the forbidden door has been kicked in, just like the head of a demon. This is really happening, y'all. This is happening.
That tail that Kanata thought she saw in the pre-show, that little thing that caught just in the corner of her eyes. She ran down the hall, didn't see anyone, and when Towa asked, she said, I thought I saw a tail. She wasn't seeing things. She happened to just catch Zen as she was passing through the hall and got to the intersection just before Zen had turned another corner herself. She was already in the building. She's been here. This has been planned for some time.
I have been sitting on this for so long.
And when we say this has been planned, we've known this. The talents did not. Kanata is as shocked by this as the crowd. She is just wide-eyed, staring at Zentreya as she walks out of the tunnel, her mouth agape, her eyes sunken, because she puts it together as well very quickly of just, oh, it really wasn't Coco. And just staring at Zentreya, not taking her eyes off of her as she walks down the ramp, not blinking, just shoves Aqua over the top rope. By the time Zen gets to the ring, Kanata is the only one in there.
There was something I was going to say, but I lost my train of thought. I got distracted by my phone.
I mean, all I'm going to say is we didn't merely open the forbidden door. We ripped and tore through the forbidden door.
Hey!
Seriously, when we were going over this detail earlier today, making final preparations for the stream, just, God, I was just so hyped knowing that we were going to kick in some Doom music. And I'm like, if I was in the Tokyo Dome, sitting there in a seat, and that happened, I would be losing my damn mind, and it would be beautiful. This is so good.
I just remembered the other point. It's Kanata didn't know that Zentreya was here. The rest of the talent didn't know that Zentreya was here. Obviously, none of the audience knew. I almost want to go so far as to say that not even Sora or Achan on commentary
absolutely
were told that Zentreya was here.
Of all the people to tell, why would you tell them?
Speaking of someone
you
who
want
has
their
done
reaction.
Speaking of someone who has done wrestling commentary, let me tell you, there are two schools of thoughts. I'm the guy who likes to be prepared for every instance, and I'll react to it as is appropriate. But there are others who, much like with, certain forms of acting, prefer to go in clean. So theoretically, it could go either way. I personally would rather know about this so that I could actually have time to, prepare some facts, statistics, or just, understand why everyone's losing their damn mind. In this case, I would imagine that that's not really a factor. They would definitely already know who this is and what that means. So, yeah, I think it's allowed in this case to leave them in the dark. I just had to provide, the two schools of thought just to make it clear that's like, no, really, you could go either way on this, and here's why. In this particular instance, while it is kind of a crappy thing to do to the talent, I think it'll be okay and they'll understand this very particular instance.
Yeah, this is probably the single greatest I'll cash mine in what the fuck moment that we have had in HCW. It's just
yup.
Wait, nobody on the roster uses that song. What's going on? My God, it's Zentreya!
Oh my God! Look who's here! Zentreya has arrived in HCW!
And yes.
By God, what's Vishoujo doing in the Tokyo Dome, Bagel?
The existence of Zentreya absolutely implies the existence of the rest of Vishoujo in this universe. They aren't going to be here tonight. And that's all I'll say.
Right. And you know what's the weirdest thing? Again, this is just one of the things I love about these HCW bookings. We both have incredible soothsaying powers and also just the most hilarious dumb luck to just bumble into good circumstances, because in the real world of professional wrestling right now, one of the big things that's going to happen at the upcoming Royal Rumble, specifically for the women, they are having a champion from another promotion make a cameo as an entrant in the Royal Rumble. Specifically Mickie James, who is the current Impact Knockouts champion. So here we are. We were planning this a while before any of that news broke. And then suddenly it's like, oh, okay. So we're not the only ones crossing the streams in a January Rumble. So that's kind of cool that you know, we're part of this cool trend, and hashtag we probably did it first.
No, seriously, we probably did. This one has been, like we said, we write some of these framework pieces months in advance and then film the pieces as we go. The concept of Zen appearing in a Rumble is at least 3 months old.
Minimum.
Oh, yeah.
Minimum. And also, we didn't have to send her stuff back in a trash bag before inviting her back to be in the Rumble.
Oh.
Hi-oh! Sorry, I had pew-pew-pew, pew-pew-pew-pew.
Shots fired.
I had to. I was trying so hard not to, but I'm like, nah.
Oh, I knew the mere fact that Mickie James even came up, I knew that was coming.
Yeah. Anyway, the point is, we have Shoujo here.
Zen gets into the ring.
Yeah.
She and Kanata grapple and start just exchanging haymakers. Neither seems worse for the wear after 60 seconds. They're in the middle of the ring. They're not even really running around and doing big moves. That it's just punch.
Oh yeah, it's a brawl.
And to borrow the phrase that you had earlier, they're no-braining basically everything the other dishes out right now.
Oh yeah, it is no cell central over here in the middle of the ring.
Cell. Why did I say no brain? Damn it!
I mean, to be fair,
because you're still thinking of Gura.
Yeah.
That's
totally fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is no cell central in the middle of the Tokyo Dome, as the clock starts to tick down to the next entrant. Let's figure out the next entrant while I drop some wrestling facts to buy you some time. So the other reason we have picked this very specific spot, if you are a longtime follower of the WWE Royal Rumble event, number 3 was the spot that AJ Styles debuted in back in 2016. One of the watching that live was so much fun. Like, it was just a mind-melting moment, because I was casually aware of his work in New Japan and how recently he had just left, but I still knew him as like that guy from Impact, who was mostly, you know, in the X division back when I first heard of him. But knowing what a big deal he had become, it was like, wow, this is so cool. And it was just one of those, you know, holy crap moments that makes the Royal Rumble event so much fun. So it's nice that we are able to bring an element of that into our Rumble and also keep it a complete surprise. So yay. So who are we feeling for entry number 4 as the slugfest continues in the middle of the ring?
Well, I was starting to bold a couple that seemed good to me, but Tay has marked that she feels that Sakura Miko would be a good one, because we're still kind of feeding the beasts right now that Kanata and Zen aren't going to go anywhere for a little while.
Miko, I think, would be a good one to bring in. It'd be a good big name to bring in early on. Plus, I feel like with her being the elite gamer that she is, depending on how well she plays her cards and if she's careful with her positioning, she could stay in the match for a while, as long as she doesn't get too directly involved for too long.
The way I see it happening
we could just feed her to Kanata and Zen and have her eliminated immediately. But
actually, I have an idea.
Okay, what's up?
So Miko is the next one called in. she walks up to the ring. She walks into the ring, and she sees the slugfest. Neither Zen nor Kanata really even glance at her. And Miko, being the tactical elite gamer that she is, just stands in the side of the ring, realizing that if I don't mess with these two right now, I should be fine for now. And 60 seconds pass again. Miko's just standing there, and these two powerhouses are just continuing to go at it. The crowd is still just mind numb to all of this because what the heck? These 2 minutes go by so fast, and meanwhile, Achan and Sora are just freaking out and keeping time moving as the clock counts down, because then after that, I'm thinking, who's impulsive? Ollie's impulsive.
Oh,
Ollie's
yes, she
very
is.
impulsive.
Mm-hmm.
And we've given Ollie enough respect in other places that we can scrub her out once and not have it harm her reputation, because Ollie gets called. She runs in. She heads straight for this scuffle with Kanata and Zen. With a single swipe of her tail, Ollie is sent flying in multiple pieces, proving that Miko's approach of just stand back for now was indeed the correct move.
Yeah.
I've already dropped some F's in the chat. Because, oh boy. I also wanted to make a quick alteration to the scenario presented so far for Miko. Theoretically, she doesn't even need to get into the ring.
Does she not? Safe. I thought they were required to at least step into the ring.
I figured you assumed that, so that's why I was waiting until you finished with your presentation before I made the tweak. Because again, Elite Gamer knows to run the clock in this case. Like, you do not want to be alone with these two.
Camping is a legitimate strategy.
It is. So she is going to camp as long as she can. And if she gets forced into the ring, she could still just like you said, roll on in. But then she rolls on out under the ropes so that it doesn't count as an elimination. So she can just camp.
And the shot is Miko standing outside of the ring and Ollie just running past her, sprinting past her at full speed, giddy as hell because Zen's here. Oh my gosh, Zen's here. Hi, wham.
I'm your biggest fan. Boom. Done.
And done. Just as her head, arms, and legs are flying across the arena separately, you can just hear, I love you.
You know what the best part is? We can legitimately say, my God, that decapitated her. Like, I'm getting an image of like her head just being like T-balled. Just T-balled off of her body. Yeah, no, it's like her head is T-balled off her body by a tail that, like, Zen is just in the middle of this fight, just doesn't even turn around, just tail whip, head goes flying, the body just like slides out on its knees at the other end under the rope. just flop. Done.
And Sora and Achan sort of have a moment. Well, part of her went under the top rope, part of her went over. Does that count as elimination? Judges, and then someone was there. Yes, we have been told that if the head goes over the top rope, it does count.
Oh no, that's right. Both feet have to touch the floor. Okay, problem solved. So easy win for Miko or somebody later. They just grab the remains. They grab the rest of her corpse and just
grab the rest of Ollie and dump her over.
Exactly.
Okay, so fine. Edit the scenario that Achan and Sora sort of look to each other, just wait a minute, half of her went under the top ropes, half went over. Does that count as elimination? Her feet didn't touch around. Ollie has not been eliminated.
Ollie has technically not been eliminated, but we do need to note that, you know, her body is still lying on the outside because both feet did not touch the floor going over the top rope. so
Who
so
is the
she's out, but
fifth?
she's not. She's basically just like she's basically the freebie for whoever is industrious enough to take advantage of that at this point. Uh, so yeah, she is by God been decapitated. She's for all intents and purposes she's out, but technically she's not yet. So we are on number 6. Time is starting to run out. I assume Miko is still erring on the side of caution and sticking to the plan trademark of camping.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
Do we want someone to come in that she would actually maybe consider teaming up
Probably.
with?
I feel like it would get old if we kept it up. So
okay, because here's what I'd like to propose real quick. You can alter it as much as necessary or even just throw it out. What if a bunch of folks come on through and Miko, being the strategist, realizes we're going to need a small army to take down this interloper as well as Kanata if we're alive to see this. And she just starts gathering a posse on the outside so that they can all just bum rush and at least try to take down this beast. Whether or not it succeeds will remain to be seen. But how do we feel about that? Because that's not a normal tactic, but this is a very abnormal situation. So I'm willing to think outside the box for that one.
okay, so I'm going to take your idea and I'm going to run with it. So the next one out is, let's throw Mel in. Actually, because Mel was 23 there. So what we can do is we have Mel there. She is getting ready to go in, getting ready to, force Miko into the ring. Miko stops her and, like you just said, sort of reasons with her. And the next one out is Botan.
Ooh, all right.
Now, here's the thing, though. Miko makes the same overture, and Botan does accept, and I'm playing this for multiple reasons, for Miko and Botan in particular. One, because I think it's a nice little wrinkle to have the heel sort of be forced into collaboration with people outside of Usada, but also because Botan is also a big gamer, and Miko wanted a squad of 3 so they can just Apex Legends this.
Oh,
because Botan
cue
is
the
Apex
Vinceometer.
Predator.
Cue the
Is
Vinceometer.
also the Apex Predator on top of that. So
where are we dropping, girls?
Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah. I like this. So book it. Book it.
So the 3 of them go in together. One of them formally eliminates Ollie. I'll say that.
Actually,
Miko
let's
doesn't.
leave.
Nope.
Let's leave
Let's leave
Ollie's
Ollie.
corpse for a little while longer.
Okay.
We'll find an appropriate space for this.
Okay.
But for right now, yeah.
I want the thing with Ollie's corpse to be like the thing that it gets kind of towards the end. People kind of forget that Ollie was never technically eliminated until it's brought up again.
Yeah. That's part of why I want this to be like a slow burn. Just one of those things that's like naturally people in the hype of the moment are going to forget until commentary reminds us, or, someone in the ring remembers, or someone coming to the ring is just like, I don't want any of this. Oh, easy win. Toss.
So the 3 of them drop in onto Zentreya, pull her off of Kanata, and now Zen is sort of just thrashing about trying to get them. So it's no longer just the slugfest.
Ooh. We can actually do kind of a cool spot here. And this wouldn't necessarily eliminate one, but it's just the thing. It would be the sort of like that moment of, yeah, no, you're not taking me down that easy. Have Mel, Miko, and Botan all gang up on Zentreya, like pummeling her down, get Zentreya down to one knee, down to both knees, down on all fours, just trying to beat her down, wear her down so they can get her over the top rope. And then just Zentreya just suddenly bursts upward, back up to her feet, sends the three of them flying. It's like, yeah, no, it ain't gonna be that easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that my idea was that they would scuffle around for a while. I don't think that any would be eliminated, or at least not all three would be eliminated. Maybe one would, but that at the very least, the 3-on-1 would be enough to ensure most of their survival for 60 seconds.
Yes.
Say like the initial burst up, sending them flying back. That would not inherently eliminate anyone, but maybe Zen could go after one or two of them after the fact while they're still reeling and maybe throw one or two of them over the rope.
And I feel like it is about the time that she bursts up and is starting to go on the offensive that number 8 is called in.
Okay.
Now, here's my question. Number 8, do we want number 8 to catch her attention? Or should this be another one who's just kind of, in her mind, cannon fodder?
This next person should be for Kanata.
Ooh.
Oh. Because Kanata has been sort of allowed to catch her breath for this past 60 seconds, and she's all right doing that. But one, I think we need to get somebody from EN in and have this person go for Kanata just so she becomes occupied again. How about... Oh, I know. The one who has a grudge against her.
I was going to say, who
Bay.
Specifically has beef with her? Because I'm trying to remember.
Bay. Because Bay was unceremoniously eliminated in the Survivor Series.
That's right. Blood feud, blood feud, blood feud.
Hot goes Bales. First one in, first one out.
Yeah.
But this time she's going to stick around longer.
Oh, yeah.
She's learned from her past mistake, and she's gunning for Kanata, but she is even being the very spontaneous Ollie-esque type that she has learned from her past mistakes and is approaching Kanata with purpose, but also with thoughtfulness. So they are going to start to fight, and I think it's around then that Zen will eliminate one person.
Okay. Yeah, because I was going to say, for Bay, I see her, based on what you just described, and also given the scenario, yeah, she would be darting down to the ring, but she wouldn't dive straight into the thick of it, because I imagine that would be the danger zone. So I imagine she'd probably even maybe work around the ring, like maybe to the other side, just like running around the outside of the ring, diving into a point where she is out of sight of Zen, but perfectly within striking distance of Kanata, so that she could, find her target and just go to work on her.
Yeah. And I think it's around now that Mel would be eliminated.
Okay.
So that occupies the next 60 seconds. So we now have the next entrance. It's about time to get someone in from Holox, maybe?
I think we can start getting Holox into the mix. Let's go with, arbitrarily picking a name here, let's go with Koyori.
Sure. Koyori, for those who need a reminder, and I'm just going to triple check and make sure that I haven't. Oh, wait, I closed the thing. Damn it. 1 second.
Whoops.
There it is. Yeah. That she is the scientist. Oh, nope, that's not even the right one. Dang it. There it is. Yes, yeah, that she's in charge of R&D, so she is the brains of the operation. Definitely think she would be a good fighter. She is I would think. Who do you think she would first go for? I feel like she would probably. She would be intrigued by Zentreya, that as a scientist, the outsider, the dragon, would get
Okay.
her scientific mind intriguing. She would be approaching not even from a combative standpoint, but like, I want to see if I can get a scale off her tail. Just one scale, just
Collect
one.
a sample.
Okay, I could buy that.
Wait. Actually, no. Never mind. Ignore. Keep going. Okay, so
And that makes it 3-on-1 again for Zen.
Whew, Zen looking strong in this Rumble. I love it.
I think that maybe there's a bit of an exchange here where Koyori and Botan are after Zen. Miko turns her attention to Kanata, seeing that Kanata is being occupied. So then it's a 2-on-1. It's 2-2-on-1s at that point.
Okay. And it makes sense because it's both 2-on-1s on the objectively strongest combatants
Exactly.
in this whole thing.
And I think that could be stable for 60 seconds until number 10 is called in.
Oh, for sure. So that keeps everybody occupied for a bit. So 10 seconds tick away. Who is coming in at number 10?
Any requests? I've been the one sort of calling the last couple shots.
Number 10. Let's see. Well, I called in. Well, you and I kind of tag team number 9. You called Holix, and I just picked a specific one.
Mario, anybody that you'd like to see about now?
I am
the
just
list of remaining combatants is
I
down
see
at
it.
the bottom of the document.
Yeah, there's a few that I'm saving for a little bit later because I still want to see how we're gonna play out the current situation because I don't want to throw out a few people too soon.
I will say this too. I want to have Aki Rosenthal and Crony in the ring at the same time because I want to continue to explore their dynamic as a team.
Okay.
Especially in a matchup like this.
Oh.
Like, this would really be their proving ground.
Ooh. Bless you, Reach. Bless you. You have just given me some inspiration.
Go for it.
They end up being number 10 and 11.
That sounds about right because we have things planned for the back end of this match. So if we want to have that little storyline thrown in, better to have it in, we're now going into the second third of it. So this gives it some good breathing room because the first third here, 1 through 9 is holy crap, Zen is here.
Mm-hmm.
And now we start to build a couple other things. So Aki Rosenthal, Oro Crony.
Because here's the thing. My inclination is they're either going to be the Dragon Slayer or the Angel Killer.
Oh, I don't think... I sort of envisioned both Zen and Kanata making it to the end.
I understand why. But I'm also seeing this from the perspective of, we've seen these dominant characters that show up early, making a very big impression and still leaving early, but also making a hell of an impression on the way out. Actually, one of the last Rumbles I saw is my reference point for this because Brock Lesnar was brought out as one of the early entrants, and he just dominated for the first half of the Rumble until he was summarily ejected in epic fashion.
In that case, I think it has to be Kanata who goes out. One, because if one of these two, if one of Kanata and Zen are going to be the Iron Woman, it's got to be Zen, just naturally. She's the guest. And also Kanata had a match last night.
Yeah, so we can also have that as an excuse for why, despite being generally speaking pretty OP.
Oh, wait, no, sorry, we didn't give Kanata a match last night, but still, it can't be Zen.
Okay.
No,
I'm
no,
okay
no,
with
no.
this. Again, I'm just presenting, the options because in either case, we show this tag team using their tag skills in a situation where technically it's everyone for themselves, but it shows their cohesiveness. It also shows their potential because, oh crap, they eliminated X person who is, for all intents and purposes, one of the biggest threats in the match.
And I think that in the meantime, that Zentreya eliminates one other person. I think she gets Miko about now.
I was gonna say it's Miko's time. So sorry.
And then Aki and Crony tag team eliminate Kanata because she's still being occupied. It was 4-on-1 because it was Miko, Bay, Aki, and Crony. Kanata got no, wait, sorry, it'd be Kanata because Kanata eliminated Miko because Miko moved over to Kanata because it became the 2-on-1 double.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Kanata eliminates Miko, but it was 4-on-1, and while she is throwing Miko over, that gives Crony and Aki the chance they need to tag team and eliminate Kanata.
Okay, so while you handle the notes, I'll gray out the names.
Yeah,
as
great
they
as
are
that. So that means we
eliminated.
still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the ring as number 12 enters to make 7.
Also, Joel, just whenever you have a second, if you could refer to the booking committee group chat, I dropped a request in there.
Oh, one moment.
Let me see if I can scope
Yeah,
out a
okay.
group of 12 for us. That cool with you?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's see.
Maybe we put Shion in.
Okay, because like if you're looking at the document, I want to save this one for a little bit later. I want this one.
Mhm.
I want this one in the final 10.
Okay.
So yeah, let's do Shion.
Okay.
All right, so
Also,
Shion.
considering what you were just requesting, I was just looking at what we're doing on the document. Yeah, that's one of the ones that when you were asking me earlier, do you want this person? And I'm like, I'd like to save this for later. So perfect. I'm on board with that.
Okay, cool.
I think we should have another elimination about now. Do you think Aki and Crony stick around for a while, or after bringing the angel down, do you think someone is gonna get the one up on them?
I want them to stick around for a while because, like I said, I want to continue to explore their dynamic, especially in this type of matchup, because this is really the time for them to really prove themselves as a tag team. I know it's every woman for themselves, but if they're going to have an opportunity to work together to really hash out how do we operate as a team, this is the time to do it. So I want to give them time to explore that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at this point, it's 7 in the ring. Zen is against Botan and Koyori. Shion probably also goes for Zen. And then it's also Crony and Aki versus, at this point, Bay. No, actually, Bay goes for Zen. Shion fights against Aki and Crony.
Oh, rest in peace.
And I feel like they do they scuffle for the minute, or does Shion get eliminated quickly? Because Shion, we have established, does have, dark magic and whatnot, and she can hold her own even if she isn't, in terms of stature, very intimidating.
But, and hear me out, tag team dominance in an every person for themselves match.
True. And, well, I guess, is the next person that we want Aki and Crony to take out be a in and out Shion, or do we want them to turn their attention to someone else who's already been here, possibly a bit more worse for the wear?
I would feel like they would probably, like, at this point, the analogy I keep coming back to, especially with some of these group attacks, this is basically everyone against Thanos. in terms of Zen. Zen is Thanos.
Dang it, Mario, you spoiled my analogy.
So, oh, geez, really? I'm sorry.
Don't worry. You're fine. You're fine. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Honest to goodness, like this, that's what it feels like. It feels like she is the Thanos, and everyone is trying to bring down Thanos. But oh god, all those infinity gems.
Yeah.
Also, she has the power of Doom music. The Doom music is hit, and you know what happens when the Doom music hits? Rip
I
and
may
tear.
or may not have listened to All They Fear Is You twice so far, just in the background.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah. So
Might
when the
play
Doom
the
music
third
hits, you know what that's like. So that's her this whole match. So imagine trying to bring down Thanos powered by Doom music. That's
Heck, we could probably we could put that in the background because it's game music. Twitch wouldn't bonk us for that.
No, they would. They would.
We've been bonked for Halo music on the menu screen. I'm not chancing that.
What?
It's happened, I swear. Master Chief Collection, when we were doing the Halo run. Because the old recordings would have been fine, but I think the new re-recordings, they have tags because, DRM and stuff. Anyway, point is, as much as I would love to have the Doom music, we're gonna play it safe, y'all. We're gonna play it safe.
Okay, so are we having Aki Crony eliminate Shion or somebody else?
Let's have them. Well, let's have there not really be any eliminations. Let's just have them turn their attention to try and join the group effort, which proves, continuously futile because Zen is just a force of nature.
All right,
Zen,
so 60
we're
seconds
getting our
passes.
money's worth from this Shoujo deal.
Oh yeah, like even if she can't get any offense in, Zen is not going to go down or over the top rope. It's gonna take a literal army to get her eliminated from this match.
Exactly, and even this tag team that is starting to evolve as a dominant force. This is still a tough fight for them. Like that's.
Oh,
how
I was
OP
thinking that the
we're
two of them would
going
also
here.
just be smart enough to not engage Zen.
No, because again, the numbers game is growing against Zen at this point. So it makes more sense that, if they realize, oh, okay, we've got our tag team skills, let's use this for the cause, maybe we can help. If there were less people in the ring or less people engaging, I would also agree that, cowardice is the better form of valor in this case. But no, there's a concerted effort, so...
All right, 60 seconds passes, and how about... Wait, I do need to remove that because she's already in. Nene, Korone, Fauna, Iofi, or Rene. Take your pick.
Let's do Nene.
Nene? All right.
Get some super Nene punch action going.
I was going to say super Nene punch.
Oh God, yes, no.
Wait, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Probably. I'll say what I'm thinking. If it's even remotely close.
You say first. I don't want to step on your bit. You go first.
Nene comes in, beelines for Zen, goes for the super Nene punch. You probably know how this is gonna go. Reach?
I'm guessing we're on the same page that Zen just completely no-sells the super Nene punch.
You're goddamn right. She no-sells the super Nene punch and then just yeets her into oblivion.
Who is this annoying little teddy bear that has wandered their way into the ring?
Yeah.
And Nene can take that because we have established her as a legitimate fighter. So
you can. So
KO'd.
So Nene,
thanks for coming. Don't let the roof of the Tokyo Dome hit you on the way out.
Don't let the bay doors close on you on the way out.
That poor Tokyo Dome. It's already like it's already got temporary repairs from the previous night's main event. Probably Ollie's head got lodged into it from earlier, and now they have to deal with probably a Nene being punched into the horizon.
I just imagine Ollie's head being trapped up on some sort of maintenance catwalk high on the
I was imagining
like a beach ball.
No, I was saying
I mean?
that's what I was thinking of, being bounced around the crowd like a beach ball.
That's somehow worse, I feel, but yes, let's go with that. So she.
Oh my god!
Nene, Ollie is the annoying beach ball at pro wrestling shows now, and it's even worse because she can talk. I love and hate this so much.
I never would have considered bringing in the beach ball bit for very obvious reasons that you would know, Mario. Mm-hmm. But honestly, if it's Ollie's head, it makes it so much better.
Why are they bouncing this around? Don't they love this character? Yeah, but like she's being super annoying and she won't shut up. We're trying to watch the match. Yeet. So good. I love it. I love it. Okay, so that takes care of lucky number 13. Thanks for coming, Nene.
We're unlucky number 13.
Oh, very unlucky in this case. F in the chat for Nene.
Are we just gonna are we just gonna christen this now? Are we just gonna christen that the Luna spot of just of the thanks for coming? Basically, considering that's where it started, was with Luna and Noel.
To be fair, that wasn't my intention. That's just luck of the draw.
It's like it wasn't like the exact same number slot, but just basically like I feel like it's probably
close. Luna was number 11.
So it was more or less in that same ballpark then.
Well, it was also literally in that same ballpark because it was in the Tokyo Dome. Hi-yo! Okay, so 14.
Jeez,
14.
We are flying through this pretty quickly.
I mean, yes, as we should be. So that's good. Okay, we've had unlucky number 13. Let's bring the luck of double sevens. Let's bring some hope into this rumble. Let's bring an Iris.
Okay. I'm cool with that.
Sounds good.
I imagine she's going to stick around for at least a little while. The question is, what's her objective, essentially? Does she want to join the fight to tackle the Vishoujo Titan, or does she have it out for somebody else?
She's going to be distracted, and she's going to see Botan and just sort of she does not like Usada Corporation, that she represents hope. She was the last one eliminated in the Survivor Series, and that she sort of breaks up the ongoing struggle and makes it so that the groupings become smaller, because then that gives Zen a chance to get another KO and also just shakes things up a little bit. It stirs the pot.
So what I'm hearing is Iris is the Star-Lord, but for actually a good reason.
Hope has descended and is coming for you.
Yeah. So okay, let's have her show up and throw hands with Botan. I dare say I think she should be the one to eliminate Botan.
So does she just eliminate Botan quickly, or do we want to have that in a minute or two?
Yeah, have her just beat the hell out of her, and then coup de grace is the elimination. Like she's out for vengeance. But
that means that there's one less person distracting Zen.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I say she's basically the Star-Lord. It's like, all right, you took care of one of your opponents who you definitely have legitimate beef with. Oops, you just made the fight against Zen that much harder. Good job, Iris. So her victory comes at a cost, essentially.
So who goes?
Who have we not eliminated yet? Let's get
Faye,
it.
Koyori, Aki, Crony, Shion.
I say let's go for a twofer. As reluctant as I am, because I wanted her to stick around longer, and if you all have a better reason for this to go a different way, Bay and either Aki or Crony, but both of them simultaneously. It's a double elimination.
I want to keep Bay in a little bit longer. We did her dirty in the Survivor Series. I want to give her a bit of a push here. We could do Koyori and Aki.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. The important thing is we need to get a double elimination right off the bat to show that, oh boy, even though we got this satisfying moment for Iris that is a small part of her own redemption. Oops. Oh no, I broke it. In this case, the United Front and any chance of getting rid of Zen anytime soon.
This also puts Crony in an interesting position as she is now in that ring surrounded by enemies by herself without her tag team partner.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's why I was specifically trying to target that tag team. I just wasn't sure which member would be the more narratively interesting to keep in the fight. But yeah, when you put it like that, that makes a ton of sense.
Yeah. That's what I was going for when I was like, let's take out Aki first. So that occupies 60 seconds. We're now at the halfway point. Ina?
Sure.
Wow.
Yeah, we need some power to back things up, because it's like, oh boy, if we don't contain,
Got a bit of a vacuum suddenly.
Yeah, it's like if we don't contain the Zen, the Zen is gonna run wild.
That Ina comes in and, using multiple tentacles is doing the work of at least two people holding back Zen, but she's not able to go on a proper offensive. And I think that occupies 60 seconds and we go straight to the next edition.
Yeah, and
what
I would
gonna
actually
do when Zen Shramania runs wild on you, brother? I don't know. I tried.
Oh, I have so many things to follow that up with. I'm not even gonna go there. So, just a quick thing though. I also figure to help occupy this time and also again keep the beast at bay. I would definitely think that Iris, Ina, and I guess since Bay is involved, I guess Bay would also squad up. So we have the EN members teaming up to be that line of defense, trying to hold off Zen. So we have this cool moment of the EN members squatting up, trying to do what they can as a unit.
Oh yeah, because at that point it's Botan versus well no, because it's Iris versus Botan still.
Oh no, Botan's done. Like she's gone by this point.
Oh, okay. So there was 3 eliminations in the past minute.
Exactly.
Koyori, Aki, and Botan.
Yeah, because Botan gets taken out by Iris, but because because Iris took Botan out of the fight, that gave Zen like the extra freedom she needed to do a double elimination because one of the heavy hitters is not distracting her.
All right, yeah. So the only ones left in the ring right now are Zen, Bay, Crony, Iris, and Ina. Yeah, so it's
I
4
Yen
Crony, versus Zen.
So
actually, it's an all Yen ring right now.
Yeah, so Yen versus Zen.
Shion has not been eliminated yet, looks like, or was she?
Oh, whoopsies! Did I accidentally?
Shion has not been eliminated.
Oh, sorry.
Yet.
You're right. Shion's still there.
Still, we can say that Shion is out of the picture for right now. But yeah, this is actually such a really cool image. Mm-hmm. 4 members of EN from 3 different branches of EN.
Like
this
all
is
the
a
branches
really
of EN.
Cool shot right here.
You're welcome. Like that's I didn't even realize that. I'm like,
another
this is cool.
EN.
Oh wow. Yeah. This is the battle of the English language
I kind of
VTubers.
want to eliminate Shion just so we actually have that moment in the ring.
Okay, you know what? let's wind things back just a few seconds. Let's make it a triple elimination.
Make it a triple. Just really put Zen over here.
Oh yeah, Zen just cleans house to set up this cool image of the top English language VTubers squaring off in an HCW ring in the middle of the goddamn Tokyo Dome in the main event of a January show. Oh, cue the Vinceometer and the puppet Vince. Like, that is such good sheep. Such good sheep.
2 from Council, 1 from Myth, 1 from Project Hope. That is such a cool shot right there.
It
doesn't matter who the names are.
Yeah. What it represents is what makes it so substantial. Again, like,
because
that's
this has to be the first time ever that it's been. Is this the first time ever that it's been an all EN ring?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, at all.
Yeah.
Not including 1v1s. I think we've had, well, not including weekly shows at the very least. During the PPVs, I don't know if we've had any EN 1v1s.
With the exception of the I Quit match, no, we have not.
Oh, that's right. Okay, well, so this is the first multi-person all EN ring. And for it to be, like you said, all 3 branches of EN versus the outside EN. Really good shot.
We have a bit of a breather moment. We've got Zen now standing in the middle of the ring. We've got our 4 EN representatives, 1 in each corner. They're standing ready. Zen just kind of looking around. So before we get started, does anyone want to get out? And then all 4 just jumper.
And I think that they are able to occupy. Is that a reference to something?
It sure is.
Yeah, because I thought it was just a quirky quip there, but when you started clapping, I was like, wait a minute. If Mario's going that level, there has to be something else here.
We just went Marvel again, baby. It's Marvel, baby.
Duh.
Yeah.
The elevator scene.
Oh,
forgot about that.
In this case, it's so appropriate because, do you want to get out? Because otherwise you're going to die.
I will do you the courtesy of giving you a chance to eliminate yourself from this match right now. No? Okay. Time to die.
So the 5 of them scuffle for a minute. So does anyone get eliminated? I feel like I want to give them 60 seconds just to brawl.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. We need a fight. We need a fight. Let them fight. Yeah. Let them fight.
And here's
the
who
closest. Is 16?
So while you're figuring out 16, let me set the stage for you. This is the most amazing 60 seconds of multi-person wrestling you're ever going to see. Like, we keep going back to the Marvel movie comparisons. This is that, but with VTubers. And oh god, so people, we could have some of the combatants getting like thrown into the corners, like thrown out of the ring, but not over the top, like as in thrown through the ropes or under the ropes, but then sliding back in to just continue the fight. And just this intense 60 seconds of multi-person combat, and Zen just does not let up. Like, no matter how many opponents are on her at any given time, she's just ragdolling them. And we're over halfway through the Rumble. This is bananas. She is a literal beast incarnate, and it is such good sheep. The crowd is going nuts. They forget to look at the timer as the last 10 seconds count down.
Okay, wait a minute. The crowd is chanting, "Such good sheep! Such good sheep!" 5, 4,
yes,
3,
yes,
2, 1.
Watame.
Such good sheep! Such good sheep! Such good sheep! Yeah, hell yeah! Let's effing go! It is literally such good sheep. And the crowd comes unglued. They're already exhausted from how intense this last couple of minutes has been, but even with how gassed they are, this just brings the crowd back to life again. Like, people are going bananas because they're just like, wow, it's like the booking committee heard us and did this exactly for us. Meanwhile, us in the back, the George Carlin wink. That's
Just Watame, we know you actually pulled number 21. You're 16 now.
sorry, Watame. We gotta give the people what they want to see. Push.
And here's the thing.
She owns it. She just runs with it because
100%.
Like, you have a stadium chanting your name, even if it's not intentional. That's still an amazing feeling. And then when they give her that pop, that welcome, you know what? Doesn't matter. Just go in there. Sacrificial lamb, okay, but I'm going out like a boss.
Watame is the ultimate softie. However, we have established her in our canon as being a very capable fighter. So she's going to go out there. She is going to be laser focused on Zen. She is going to
head down,
there,
horns forward, and
she is going to give Zentreya the business.
Oh my God! This is
not going to be a squash. Watame is going to go in there and she's going to do work.
She literally, after having her moment to soak it in, while making her way down the very long entranceway, about halfway to 3/4 down, breaks into a full sprint, uses that momentum, slides in the ring, keeping the momentum up. How she's doing it, who cares? Physics don't matter here. Headbutt. Full freaking speed headbutt.
And it sends Zen reeling. Like, this would be the first. This is going to be the first real blow that actually deals damage to Zen. This is going to be what makes everyone realize, oh, okay, she is vulnerable.
I'm also going to take this up a notch because this is something we don't normally get the chance to do, but y'all have really set this one up perfectly. We're going full on Minoru Suzuki Murder Grandpa strong style bout here. They're going to exchange brutal headbutts in the middle of the ring. The EN team backs off because they're just like, oh my God, she might actually be able to do this. This is just like hardcore strong style headbutt after headbutt, back and forth. The audience is just, oh my God, how are they still standing? Eventually, obviously Zen is going to show that she still is in good shape despite everything. But my God, is Watame going to look like a boss in this moment?
Oh, absolutely.
So how this resolves after this epic collision of headbutts, I leave up to you two. But that's the moment I wanted to set up based off of how we've brought Watame into the fight. So all of EN is still kind of hovering around the ring. Like, no one's fighting each other. They're just, again, their goal is we have to try and bring down Zen, but give the sheep her space to deliver this brutal flurry. Where do we go from there? Do we bring in the next entrant?
I think we bring in the next one. I think we let the headbutts happen for a minute.
Okay, so we have this display
let the audience
of strong
soak
style.
in at one crazy moment after another.
All right, so we're at number 17. Who is entering the fray, and what are they going to contribute in this moment?
I'm so glad that we canonically split this up over 2 nights, because if I'm in that audience, my voice is already hoarse by now if this was all one night.
Yeah, right?
Oh my God.
I would also hate to want to go on after this match for so many reasons.
Good thing there isn't a match after this.
Exactly. That's the great thing about 2 night shows.
This is the main event of the entire event. This is it.
Yeah.
How about, I don't want to put in someone else from EN, even though we have 3 left.
Ooh.
Oh, go ahead.
Put in Flair.
Why Flair? I'm in, but you sound like you have a specific idea.
Yes. Flair runs into the fray. Watame has given all she can with these headbutts, but she's done a lot of damage to that head. What is Flair's trademark according to what we've set up?
Super kick!
It's a super kick party! So she runs in, just starts laying into Zen with the super kicks. So she's basically picking up from where Watame left off, giving her the space that she needs. This is also giving everybody else a chance to catch their breath, especially Watame, who has basically all but concussed herself in this exchange. So she needs a while.
Wait a minute. Just because we need a formal elimination right about now, since there's getting to be a good number of people in the ring and they're catching their breath, Bae looks down and sees Ollie's lower half and nudges it out. Just sort of, side of her foot, just sort of scuffs it over.
I put a quick note to kind of clarify something. So the rest of Ollie's body is actually outside the ring, just crumpled in a heap because it slid out. So she rolls out while all this is going on, grabs the corpse, brings it back in, yeets it over.
to make it an official elimination.
Exactly. So there we go. Bae got an elimination. Yay. Yay. Good for you, Bae. Good for you. And that'll pop the crowd.
Yeah.
Who is also still just like utterly engaged.
Bae plays
by
into
this.
it that she's just sort of casually doing this, but as soon as she does it, she just, both fists up in the air, jumping up and down, big smile.
Yeah. Yeah, she treats it like she just won the whole thing. So there we go. We have a canon elimination, finally. So Flair is just super kicking the hell out of Zen. Zen, after absorbing a few more of these, manages to dodge one. I think one of those kicks should be an errant kick to either someone who's hanging... Oh my god, what if it's Bae? She accidentally super kicks Bae right after she just celebrated and just over the rope.
I feel bad for Bae, but it's the right narrative choice.
I didn't realize it until I started talking.
Choice.
Oh god.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but we can.
But she got an elimination.
Okay.
She got an elimination. She was very helpful. She was part of one of the coolest moments in the match thus far.
Oh yeah. And on paper, yes, she is credited with an elimination. I can build off of we can do the Bae elimination and then I can build off of it.
Okay, so
there's something I can build off of here.
Errant super kick from you know what? And let's make this look even more impressive on Zen's side. It's not even or rather not so much impressive, but just dramatic, I should say. She's collapsing from momentary exhaustion because look at what she's just absorbed for the past few minutes straight. She absorbed a flurry of full force headbutts. She's been taking super kicks, finisher level super kicks, almost nonstop for most of Flair's time in the ring thus far. Even though that's only 60 seconds, imagine just getting kicked in the face over and over after just getting headbutted for a solid minute. That's a bad time. So you're going to just collapse. So it's the infamous Okada goes for clothesline, Kenny Omega drops to his knees. Except in this case, unfortunately, Bae, she's the one who receives the errant kick. And the worst part is, she finally got her elimination. She was celebrating, damn it. Wrestling is a cruel, cruel mistress.
Okay, then for number 18.
This elimination happens. Iris sees this elimination happen, maybe doesn't have the full context to it, turns around just in time to see Flair super kick Bae out of the ring and eliminate her.
Oh no.
This is where we could have like another Star-Lord moment of just completely messing it up. Iris sees, and this is an ongoing thing back and forth between Bae and Iris in actual Hololive lore. This isn't like some kind of headcanon or anything. Like, this is actual lore that Bae and Iris are actively working with. Iris sees her wife get super kicked out of the ring.
Oh yeah, that's right, because they're basically yeah.
It's like every other week. I was like, they're married. Oh, no, they're divorced now. Oh, they've remarried.
I've seen a lot of clips with those headings.
They playfully banter on Twitter, in addition to on stream, that it is a running gag that they have enabled.
Yes.
So Iris sees her wife get super kicked by Flare. Iris unleashes her demon half, because she is a Nephilim, half angel, half demon, unleashes her demon half onto Flare.
Oof.
Because how dare you super kick my wife?
Now, does that happen before or after the next entrance? Because we already have 2 KOs in this 60-second span. I feel like that elimination probably happens during the countdown for 18. 18 enters, and as 18 is entering, that Iris gets the KO.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I'm getting here. Like, it's one comes in, one goes out.
So who is number 18?
Well,
I'm thinking Eophi or Fauna.
Okay.
Let's do Eophi. Because I want to space out the EN crew a little bit after we had that moment.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, especially, I love that we have more Ian Talon to work with now, too.
Oh, hell yeah.
It just opens up so many more possibilities.
All right, so Eophi joins the fray. For all intents and purposes, this is Zen's rest break.
Yeah, that makes sense.
She's collapsed in a heap. I would imagine if she has any energy left, she would use it to roll out of the ring. Because, yeah, good luck dragging that back into the ring. Especially with, the amount of punishment that everybody who's still around has been taking. So what are our thoughts on that? Is she just going to be kind of crumpled in a heap and people are too distracted with the infighting to remember to try and, do the smart thing and yeet her over the top rope? Or does she roll herself out with whatever she has left just to buy herself some time to recover?
Oh, roll out?
I feel like
I think she'd roll out because she's too big to be in the ring and not be noticed.
Yeah, she's gonna roll out and take a chill pill down on the floor for a bit.
Okay, so at this point she's rolled out under the ropes so that she can recover some strength, because holy good God, we're like almost 2/3 of the way through the Rumble, and she has just in this particular third alone absorbed a ridiculous amount of punishment. Like, it's a miracle that she didn't get eliminated on that last exchange.
So who is number 19?
I
think now we can go back to the EN crew.
Let's I want to bring in another Holux member.
Oh, okay.
Let's bring in Louis.
Okay, then.
The executive officer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you said executive officer. First thing that comes to mind. What if her first move is not to jump in the ring and jump into the fray and get into a fight, but to try to, sign up this guest talent to join Holix?
So just walks over to Zen's limp body.
Yes.
Because she's laid out on the floor.
Yep.
She's. I think she's a bit slicker than that. That she passes by Zen and slips a sealed envelope with the Holix seal on it, just under her hand, and then enters the ring.
I mean, I feel like the less goofy motive for what I proposed would be also she's making it seem like, oh, I'm just trying to do business with someone who's half conscious. Yeah, she'll be more pliable to what I want. But her actual motive would be to just run the clock so that she can let everyone.
Oh, okay.
Fight
and here I was thinking, well, do we maybe want to seed something with Holix getting outside agents?
I know we can have both. But on the surface, it's just like, oh, haha, she's talking to the half conscious corpse, But
let's
her ulterior.
Let's not overcomplicate things, especially with everything that we have laid out thus far.
Fair.
Because like the appearance of Holux in Hololive already threw a massive wrench into our plans.
Okay.
Let's be honest. But yeah, we can work with her with like going over to Zen and like trying to talk to this
trying to recruit her while she's
to this half-conscious dragon.
Yeah.
If for no other reason than to just run up the clock.
Exactly. Like that's her tactical reason for doing it. Practical reason, hey, maybe I'll get lucky and we'll have a new recruit for our squad. Yeah. But her real reason is I'm gonna run the clock and do it in a way that doesn't seem sus, so they can't make me get in if I'm doing my job.
Yep, sounds good to me.
Okay, so we now need.
Also, by the way, I need to find it, but remember how we had the bit with the Holux pins?
Mm-hmm.
They recently announced Holux merch, which includes Holux insignia pins.
We called it.
I kid you not, they announced this like 2 days ago.
Can we just start doing like lottery number bookings? Because seriously, what the hell? How do we have these predictive powers for this very specific thing?
either we have. Okay, I am convinced at this point. Either we're
sharing this in the Discord.
We either have a mole in Digital Era, or there is someone from Hololive or Cover who is spying on our streams.
So. This is a complete aside, and then we'll get back to the booking because holy good God, I'm looking at the time and I'm looking at where we are in the match, and I'm like, all right, we're trending pretty good. Funny enough, like 20 some odd years ago, when Neo Ivan and I were still high school kids watching the wrestles, we could swear the same thing with Big Vince's Muscle Emporium and us because there was so much crap that we used to joke about. And then certain things would happen very close to that in actual WWE. We were like, yo, did they have like, a tap on our instant messenger conversations? Like, are they tapping our phones? Like, what's going on here? So I don't know. Predictive
or was
wrestling
WWE
powers.
Just literally that predictable?
No, there was some dumb crap that we were just like, oh, haha, there's no way this is ever going to happen. This is a joke to us.
Fair enough.
And then, yeah. So I think we just have like predictive wrestling power.
It's like,
it's spreading
Mario,
to the stream. Yes.
Mario, you and Neo Ivan, haha, this would be super dumb. There's no way they would actually do this. WWE. But actually.
Yeah. Yep. So that being said, this does not surprise me, but also, my God, how?
How do we keep doing this?
I'm telling you, the predictive powers only come out with
I
wrestling.
suppose a pin isn't that absurd a piece of merch, and they do a lot of pins.
Oh no, it's perfectly reasonable, but it's just our track record of predictive.
Yeah, we
are. I sure as hell wouldn't have had Gura in a friggin' Taco Bell ad on my bingo card last year.
That's true.
Anyway,
speaking
of Holo EN,
we need to get through this.
I think it's time. It's time to pull the trigger because we are technically at this point. We are at the last 10. We need some sick beats. Give us the sick beats we want.
Hold on. I 3 words. Feed me Mori.
I mean, I thought we had gone full Malachi Black with with Mori at this point, but oh God, that's so good. All right, so the crowd is just we're wondering where she is. So every so often a chant will start to break out, but for some reason this one actually starts to take hold. It's almost like there are plants in the crowd egging people on to chant "Feed me Mori, feed me Mori."
So Callie runs in.
Cue the Limp Biscuit.
I assume that's another reference.
Well, yeah, because we gave her like the American Badass Undertaker entrance. So
that's right. Yeah,
the Limp Biscuit rolling.
Yep, rolling in like a boss.
So, Mori is in. How many do we have in right now? We have Zen, Bei, Crony, Iris, Ina, Watame, Yofi, Louis, Mori. That's 9. We need some eliminations. We need several eliminations. This is getting a bit crowded. We have 7 in the ring because Louis and Zen are still outside the ring, but
sorry,
this is a bit much.
Okay.
I'm thinking it's about time that we had some EN versus EN action.
Oh, okay. Not where I was going to go with that, but sure.
Oh, well, what did you have something in mind?
Oh yeah. It's time to reawaken the beast.
Oh, so we're saying that Zen is back up now?
We can have a little bit of the infighting just to buy a little bit more time. Maybe let one more entrant come into the ring. But I think it's time. In fact, weirdly, I wonder if maybe while stalling for time or whatever, perhaps tell me if this is a little too off character and we can cut this, but perhaps Louis might even be in addition to buying time, trying to recruit a new member into Holix, maybe even, doing a solid for the visitor, giving her some sports drink or something, like helping her get back up. Not like she's trying to unleash
she's
the beast
making
to
the
have,
overture, yeah.
Trying to do a solid, trying to recruit her in and, give her strength back so that she can frickin' murder everybody in the ring so that she doesn't have to herself.
Sure.
Bum, bum, bum. How do we feel about that? Does that seem plausible or?
If for nothing else, it means that she's able to buy herself more time, so yes.
Reach?
I'll admit I was I had a message come up I had to take a look at, so I only caught about half of that. Run it by me again one more time, please.
Short version. Louis, in addition to trying to, buy time for herself, is also basically nursing Zen back to health to use her to basically murder everybody so she doesn't have to.
Cool.
So in the meantime, that does mean that there's EN versus EN action. Because the only non-EN member in right now is Yofi and Watame. I think.
So who goes after who?
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, because Bei has been eliminated.
Yes.
So I need to.
Oh, hold on.
I forgot to gray her out.
Yep. I got it.
I got it.
Okay.
So we got we got Crony, we got Iris, we got Ina.
Yes, we have 8 in. I think. Crony. I think Crony goes after Yofi. Ina goes against Watame because Ina and Watame have been in combat against each other before. They were in the Fatal 4-Way way back when.
That's right. They have history.
There we go.
No,
there we go.
Meanwhile, Iris probably goes with Crony. Callie goes with Ina, her gen mate. Yeah, because there's.
Okay, so they split off by gen. Okay.
Yeah, because it becomes 2 2-on-1s in that case. Because it's Crony and Iris versus Watame, Ina and Callie versus Yofi, while Louis and Zen are still on the outside.
Perfect. So we're going to get
Is there an elimination in that minute?
No, because we're going to get one more in. And as that person is coming in, that's when we have Zen spring back up at definitely not full power, but at least for a moment, the adrenaline rush gives her what she needs to just do some house cleaning. So who is going to be...
is pissed!
Yeah, there we go.
Who is next?
So
Corone?
Sure.
Okay, I was gonna say whoever's coming in next, very high likelihood they're gonna die. So I hope we can make peace with that.
Or do we want to hold off on Kurone and get a little bit of Okokoro action going at the end? I'm cool with either.
Oh, that's right. We can do that. Okay, yes, I like that. Wait, I like that. I like that. Suisei?
Weirdly, I was just eyeing her. And here's what she's going to do. In the back, she's been noticing what's going on. She's no dummy, as we recall from, her complete ownage of Ame in their 1v1 match. She knows what's up. She is a learned gen mate for many of her for Kohai. And she noticed that something real sus is going on the outside. She doesn't even beeline for the ring. She beelines for Louis and Zen. She grabs Louis and just starts beating the crap out of her. Throws her in the ring. She's like, nope, we're not having any of that. Unfortunately, while she's taking care of that, the beast reawakens.
I think she bull rushes the group of Iris, Crony, and Eofi and wipes them all out.
A question. Were we going to have... Actually, let me just double check something here.
We have space. We have time. This is only 21.
Okay, good. We still have
more.
Watame. Did we have any plans for Watame? Because I want her to be one of the ones eliminated in this rush with particular reason. Right now, even though she was one of the ones who actually could inflict the damage on Zen, she's just been beaten to hell. It's a miracle she's still holding up at this point. And I feel like she'd be one of Zen's first targets because, hey, who caused all that damage that made her have to take a nap on the side in the middle of
but
this big gig?
But if she's going for Watame, that means that Callie and Ina are also in her line of sight. And I don't want Callie eliminated this quickly.
Callie
and I
can
want to
survive.
do something.
So definitely Callie can get out of dodge for that.
Do we let Ina survive too and say it's just Watame that gets thrown?
Have Mori. So Mori manages to evade at the last second. Unfortunately, Watame and Ina get body splashed in the corner. They just get squished. Mori manages to dodge it, but the other two are not so lucky. Elimination. Zen is just in pure berserker mode at this point because taking a page out of the illustrious Hajime no Ippo, there are many times in some of the big fights there where a character is basically knocked out cold, but they're just kind of, fighting on instinct. That's kind of where we're at right now with Zen. Even though she's been somewhat nursed back to health, she's just like, she's
animalistic almost.
Yeah, she's just running on this sudden fighting spirit that's taken over. So yeah, Watame and Ina taken out. Okay, unfortunately, can't have her get revenge on Flare at this point. That's okay. She definitely needs to take out a few more people in this blind berserker rage. I think if we're okay with it, I think it's Crony's time to go.
Yeah, I think Crony has been quite impressive, and even if she hasn't gotten an elimination, she has held her own even past her senpai. That she's made it, she was number 11, we are now at 21, so she's made it 10 spots.
Yeah.
Does Zen eliminate her, or does someone else eliminate her?
Oh no, this is all Zen. Everything that's happening right now is just berserker Zen. She's just going all out now. I want to get at least one more in. I'm just really torn because I want to keep Iris in just a little bit longer. I don't want to eliminate some of the ones who just came in if it can be helped.
Yeah, well, I think those 3 eliminations can easily eat up a minute. So who's 22? Fauna comes in seeing one of her gen mates being tossed out.
Ooh, I like that. That gets her some fuel for the fight.
Yeah, because Fauna is not one that I would normally consider to be a high caliber fighter, but
Also, I just want to point out something. Zentreya has just broken Noel's record for the number of single eliminations in a Rumble match. Zentreya has now eliminated 6 people.
I mean, open the forbidden door.
7. 7.
7?
Yeah.
Which one? Which one did I miss?
Probably Ollie because I wrote it differently.
Well, no, because
no, that's it.
That's
Bay
right. You're right.
Let the record show.
Mm-hmm,
that was Bay's elimination.
My bad.
Bay and only Bay.
Correct.
History will recall how Bay tossed out Ollie in the 2022 Hololive Rumble, and only Bay, no one else. But what about Red? Yeah, what about Red?
Oh, it's still being bounced around the arena like a beach ball. That hasn't stopped.
She's probably made it maybe to one of the bleachers at this point. Listen, Tokyo Dome's big.
I think there's Fauna gets in and starts fighting, but that a minute passes by after that triple elimination. I don't think we need any more for a little bit. There's currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people in the ring.
Okay. I actually would like to counter with one more. Let's clear out one more so that the next person in, I think it's time for things to get dark. Plus dark, if you will.
Ha.
All right.
Ha. Ha.
So I think... I mean, do we want Fauna to be another victim of the Berserker Rage, or should somebody else, with the exception of Louis? I want to keep her in for just long enough for her and Laplace to team up once she's finally in. But definitely one more needs to go, either when Fauna arrives or shortly after.
Oh, I'm counting. I may have miscounted. We might be one short.
No, we're not. We're not.
Oh, okay. Yep, that's right. Sorry, in the pace job that I'd accidentally bumped a line. My bad. Because there's 8 in right now. Do we want to just give Holux one of an elimination here?
No, again, I'm saving that for a little while.
Okay, so do we let the 8 brawl for a minute, or do we have anyone eliminated here?
Oh, no, that's what I was saying. Like, there should be one more. I just don't know who.
Maybe
I also want to keep
Iofi.
Mori. So, okay, Iofi works.
Or Iris. It might be Iris's time. She's been in since 14.
Yeah, let's go ahead and eliminate
Oh,
Iris.
actually, let's keep her in a little longer. I want to save her for Holix.
Okay.
But, okay, let's have Iofi also be taken down in that in that Berserker Rush.
Okay.
So are we rewinding and saying that happened back before Fauna entered, or?
Let's have Fauna join the fray. She basically gets brushed aside, doesn't get eliminated, but Iofi does, because Iofi's been in there just long enough that she's been worn down, that she's a prime target. And for all intents and purposes, I think that should be Zen's last elimination. I have something in mind, but we'll see how this plays out as we get closer to the point where I want to have that play into things. So, unlucky number 8. We're just going to keep it at that. Okay, so Laplace comes in, obviously squads up with Louis. We have Zen's Berserker barrage, for lack of a better description, finally starting to taper off. So it's a lot more manageable to contain her. I imagine. Okay, where do we have Mori right now?
Mori had been fighting against Watame, but is now unoccupied, or well, the last thing we had her doing was that, but then Watame was eliminated along with Ina by Zen. She had dodged. We didn't say what she did after that.
Okay.
Logically,
Yeah.
I suppose she would start to tussle with Zen.
Yeah, because my two targets for her would have been Zen or Laplace.
We haven't established any motivation for her to go after Laplace yet.
So yeah, it'd have to be after Zen.
Okay, let's do that then. So she'll be the one to keep Zen at bay for a little while longer.
Yeah. So do
And
we
I
let
guess
another minute pass and go to 24?
Depends on how you want to play this with Suisei, because I would think that Laplace would, since she's squatting up with Louis, and Suisei last we saw was tussling with Louis, I imagine she would gang up on Suisei. So either that results in an elimination, or that's just keeping them busy for a while.
Ooh, Holix eliminating the sociopath. Oh my god,
that is pretty good.
That's one of the reasons I was like, let's keep her in for just a teensy bit, because that could start some interesting stuff.
So now on to 24. Maybe it's time to bring Ayame in. I think it's time to bring Ayame in.
Okay.
Does an elimination happen in this minute, or do we roll to 25?
Yeah, let's roll for a little bit more. I don't want to eliminate too many people, and I'm being very, very deliberate about who's still around. Oh man, we still haven't done a particular spot.
Maybe now's the time for the spot.
We still have room to.
We still haven't.
I think I know what you're talking about, and I think this is the time for it.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Rene.
Do the thing. Do the thing. Rene has entered the chat. Oh. All right. So the real question is, how are we setting her on fire?
Here's the thing. We've been building Rene, but I guess we've been building her in the 1v1s, not in the Rumble.
But still, like, we still want to make her look strong. I almost imagine that maybe Rene and Ayame get into a position, or like Ayame tries to get the jump on Rene with a fire attack. Rene is able to step out of the way either by happenstance or is able to just in time see it coming, and then just looks up at Ayame like, "You motherfucker." And then just goes after her. It's like, I am not doing this again. How dare you?
Yeah, I like the dodge and then retaliation. That it is the visible sign of her growth that she dodged the flames this time.
Not today, Satan!
Almost literally.
Oh yeah, I was about to say Iron Mouse isn't here yet.
Hi-oh. Yeah, we can now say that the Forbidden Door has been ripped and torn apart.
Oh yeah.
I still want to make sure Reyna gets set on fire. I know that sounds horrible to say, but
Zen may be the only one here tonight. We can go ahead and say that now. No other
No, I said it earlier.
Tonight.
Yep,
I said that earlier.
Well, just to reiterate, no other members of VShojo are showing up tonight, but maybe they will in the future.
Okay.
Keyword yet.
All right, so I will concede. She does not get immediately set on fire. We do show that character growth. She manages to dodge, and all right. So we've got her taken care of in terms of an immediate scuffle.
Does anyone get eliminated, or do we keep just stacking the deck?
God. I just thought of something like going back to like Zen getting up and going into berserker mode. And like when I shouted out Uncle Raditz is pissed, it just reminded me of the first Rumble match. Again pulling directly from Team 4-Star from their material of Noel chucking Luna out of the ring. We here at Hololive Championship Wrestling do not condone child violence. We do, however, find it hilarious.
Oh, jeez.
Anyway, sorry, I just had to get that out. So we've got Korone, Watson, and Uruha left.
It sounded like you wanted to do... so who did we want to have Korone with for any sort of stuff? I just want to make sure I'm remembering correctly before I make proposals.
Okayu, who's 30.
Okay. For right now, slot in Korone at 29.
Also, hold on. Something got messed up here. Let me fix this real quick.
Oh,
that needs to go there. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, this will make things slightly easier then. So yeah, Korone at 29. Let's have...
Do we go ahead and bring in the last member of Holix here at 26? So that way we have like the last 3 of them here in the ring?
Yeah.
That was not where I was going to go.
Okay.
But let's do it.
What were you thinking? Okay.
Let's friggin' do it. Because then it'll be a lot easier to avoid one of the things I was almost going to do. I was going to go probably in a similar way, but with a different contingent. So 26, we are in a fully loaded ring. I want you to keep that in mind. There is action all over this ring. Some people may have been sliding in and out.
With the addition of Uruha, we now have the last member of Holoxin, and there is Uruha, Reine, Ayame, Laplace, Fauna, Suisei, Mori, Louis, Iris, and Zen. There's 10 people in right now. This may be the most packed the ring has ever been in a Rumble. Pretty sure it is.
Of the exact 2 that we have done.
As far as ours, yes. This is the most crowded Rumble that we have done so far.
What is the most crowded that any real Rumble has ever been?
That's actually a good question. I unfortunately don't know the answer to.
That'll require some additional research that we will do post-stream.
Yeah, but 10 sounds like a pretty full number for a Rumble. Like, it's very rare you get to that, but there is method to the madness because...
Thank you, Cam.
we have a bit of a surprise for y'all. We may have been somewhat deceitful in our presentation of how our roster was being made available for the purposes of tonight's Rumble. And Zen wasn't the only surprise that we have, because while 10 Hololive Championship wrestlers are duking it out in what has already
it's 9
been...
and then 1 v Shoujo.
I'm sorry. 9 Hololive Championship wrestlers and a special guest from VShojo are duking it out in what has already been an absolute banger, full of surprises, full of epic moments. We're pulling out one more because, well, flashback to the year 2008, Madison Square Garden. At that time, a plucky young wrestler turned actor who is in a wonderful TV show on HBO Max, Peacemaker, Mr. John Cena, made a miraculous return to WWE as the number 30th entrant in the Royal Rumble after being out with an injury that legitimately was supposed to take him about a year or so to recover from. Surprise entrant, Madison Square Garden goes absolutely bonkers. No one saw this coming. It was one of the true surprises that the Royal Rumble has been able to provide. And God, if that wasn't a moment. And even people who weren't fans of John Cena, especially at that time, were over the moon that he made his surprise return. Tonight, night 2 of Holo Queendom in the goddamn damn Tokyo Dome. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Familiar music that we were not expecting to hear for God knows how long. Ozaru Subaru is back in Hololive Championship Wrestling. The Tokyo Dome, already gassed from all of these amazing moments, rallies one more rush of a crowd pop, probably the equivalent of when the Hardy Boys came back to WWE as surprise entrants in a tag team ladder match where they won the titles after just coming back to the company from many years away. Hogan versus Rock at WrestleMania, the immense crowd pop that you would it is a once in a lifetime kind of crowd pop as Subaru steps out onto the Hololive Championship Wrestling stage. Our Dominator, who was put on the shelf, has made a miraculous recovery. She is back, and she is ready to kick some fucking ass. That is my F-bomb for this thing. Because she is here, and there's a reason we were stacking it and stacking it and stacking it. Kenny Omega is not the cleaner this night in the Tokyo Dome. No. It is Ozaru Subaru, the best Tomodachi of the great Okan of New Japan Pro Wrestling. And she is gonna mess some shit up. The crowd is going nuts. She is savoring it. She is taking it in. She is hype as heck. The honking that she makes is victorious and enthusiastic honking. Sorry.
The crowd reaction here, the immediate comparison that I go to is perhaps the most recent one like this, and that is the debut / return after a 7-year absence of CM Punk in Chicago on AEW Rampage. I have never heard a live crowd that loud before.
Yeah, and if we want to go to a more recent Rumble happening, the return of Edge at the 2020 Royal Rumble.
Yes.
Like, we want to talk about, and that was a multi-year, basically almost decade-long absence. So these are the kinds of pops we're trying to give you in terms of like how loud Tokyo Dome is getting for this return. By God, Subaru is back in HCW, storming the ring, still taking in the moment, getting hype. Like, people are very, very excited, and they realize, oh my God, if she's back and she's 100%, Subaru's gonna kill you. Subaru's gonna kill you.
Shuba's gonna kill you. Shuba's gonna
Shuba's gonna kill you. Thank you. That is the chant that starts breaking out moments after she slides into the ring. Her first order of business: punts out Zen. She's coming in and making a statement. She makes the elimination that it has taken almost the entire Hololive Rumble, and no one has been able to accomplish. People have come close.
So we're having her eliminate Zen first. It's not going to be like she cuts a swath through people and then gets Zen. It is Zen is the first order of business.
We're talking some Art of War shit here. She is taking the head of the strongest one who has been the most resilient, and that just gives her the fuel on top of the joy and enthusiasm from the crowd. She is, remember that bloodlust that Zen had before? This is like Kaioken times 5 of that. She has gone all out. So the first thing she does, she eliminates Zen. The comparison I draw to that, Drew McIntyre eliminating Brock Lesnar. That's why I made that reference earlier to when Brock Lesnar was cleaning house in was that also the 2020 Rumble, or was that 20? Yeah, I think that was 2020 Rumble. That was a powerful statement because that was the moment everyone was like, "Oh, Drew just did this? Oh my God, he might actually be he might actually be the winner of this because no one's taken down Brock. Brock has just been destroying fools and holding out this long. There's no way. He just made a statement, and that was the moment that turned the audience perception of the match in a good way. Like, people were already having a great time. It was a really good Rumble, but that was a defining moment. That is what Subaru's elimination of Zen is. That's the first act that she makes back in HCW. She has slain the beast incarnate of this Rumble, and now she's gonna clean house. So, who do y'all want to see go first? Because we're gonna clear out bare minimum half of this ring. One's already out. We have 9 remaining. Who else is going out? Like, this is gonna be just a nonstop chain of eliminations. Like, she's just going to decimate people and throw them out. Just she's showing her full strength in her first few seconds back on the roster.
Let's see. Fauna, thanks for coming. Iroha, thanks for coming. Let's see here. Louis, thanks for coming. Okay. Oh, am I taking the notes or? Hello?
Is a good question.
Bueller.
Joel, you still
sorry.
Just making sure you're still
I had
there.
to look away for a moment. My bad.
No, it's all good. So let's go through that list again.
Okay. So Subaru has just eliminated Zen. Who else is Subaru taken out? Fauna, thanks for coming. Iroha, thanks for coming. Louis, thanks for coming.
So, Fauna. So let me just copy this. So it was Fauna, Zen. Who else?
Iroha.
Mm-hmm.
And Louis.
So 4.
I see that we haven't highlighted Suse yet, so we should probably just do that to take care of that.
Oh wait, she also eliminated Suicide.
No.
Yeah,
That's
right. She was already eliminated there. Yeah. Oh, in that case, maybe 9 were in, but whatever. A lot of people were in.
Yep. And that's why we were just thinning the herd. This is just nonstop destruction. Like, she is a house of fire. She is establishing dominance.
There are 6 left in the ring. Iris, Callie, Laplace, Ayame, Rene, and Subaru.
Let's go with...
I want to keep Mori and Laplace a little longer, if that helps.
Well, at the very least, there's only one person left that we had, and that's Watson at 28 because we placed Korone at 29 and Okayu at 30. By the way, all the times that I was talking about earlier, having a count of things, if you had been paying very close attention, you would have noticed that the count would have been off because, well, it would have been off by 2 previous to the start of the Rumble because Zen and Subaru were both in my count. But little thing for anyone who's possibly playing along at home and thinking, wait a minute, this doesn't add up. Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
It was always going to add up.
And it adds up to Subaru, who's just kicking the crap out of everybody. Like, oh, this is a bad time to be a face. Not in terms of alignment. I mean, like, literally a face on a body. This is not a good time for that.
F him up, Subaru. F him up. Clap, clap. F him up, Subaru. F him up.
Yep. So yeah, we needed one more elimination before we bring in Watson. Who's going out?
Let's see. Well, it's either going to be, because we're keeping Mori, so it's either going to be Laplace, Ayame, or Rene.
Oh no, it's Ayame Arene, because keeping Laplace
Okay.
just a little longer.
Oh my god.
Go on.
I almost I'm not saying this has to be it, but I just almost wonder if Subaru turns to Reine sees Subaru, gets flashbacks to the Inferno match, and Reine is just like, nope, I'll see myself out, and just eliminates herself.
Ooh. Yes, she'll fight. she'll try to get that win back another day. This is not that day because look at who Subaru just eliminated with basically no effort. Okay, so Reine sees herself out. Okay, she also manages
before or after Watson enters.
Right before, because
definitely
it's, okay,
right.
Subaru eliminates Zentreya. Subaru turns around, throws Fauna out, throws Iroha out, turns around, throws Lue out, turns around face to face with Reine. Reine is just like,
no, wait. Would you like to get out?
Reine is like,
hey.
Yes, I would.
Just get the throwback, and this time someone takes her up on the offer.
Oh man,
Reine just F this S, I'm out. Flips over the top rope, jumps down.
Very gracefully at that. You know, if she's going to go out on her own terms, she's going to do it in style. But she's like, bye.
Yep. She just nopes on out.
Tonight is not my night. I will see myself out. Y'all have fun. All right.
So there's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 people left in the ring.
Yep.
Okay.
And
now
luckily,
Watson can make her way down.
Yeah. Luckily, the time finally expires for the next entrant to make their way in. It is Amelia Watson, Holomyth's resident detective. And boy, did she pick a bad time to come to the ring. I tell you what.
Yeah.
But luckily, she's
usually coming this late in the game is a benefit. Not when the first one in before you was Subaru.
Yep, and not just Subaru, a fresh, healed, and fired up. So fired up that Reine remembered the time that she helped her get set on fire and just noped on out because the PTSD. So Ame comes in, obviously is going to squat up with Mori. She does not take the direct path. Subaru is basically just like welcoming all challengers. She's just, gesturing to everyone. It's like, come on, bring it on. She's ready for
you want to go now? You want to go next? Come on, step up.
Yeah, no one wants to. Everyone's just like staying out of the way. You have the Holox crew basically either scrambling to the outside of the ring to regroup, or just like huddled in a corner, like trying to figure out, oh my god, how are we gonna deal with this? We're gonna die. Amelia definitely makes use of her ability to time hop around so that she can get as close to Mori as possible without, getting friggin' wrecked by Subaru. So it now becomes a matter of, who's brave enough to try and throw the first punch, because there's a good chance that's not going to work out. Question: Do we want this kind of detente to go on for long enough to bring in our next entrant, or should either Subaru go on the offensive and start trying to kick some ass and take some names, or should one of these groups decide, all right, let's give this a try, I guess?
I think Subaru is just the new Zen, that they realize, all right, there's never going to be a better chance to get her out of here, because if we focus on each other, by the time it gets to 2 or 3 on 1, we have no hope. So we might as well keep going.
Also, you literally don't have hope because Iris is gone. Yeah.
I was just about to say. Hope has left the building.
Womp womp. Actually, wait.
But,
has Hope left the
I
building?
think they're going to try for it now that they do realize they have to team up, and that this is their best shot.
Wait. I just realized. did we actually eliminate Iris at any point? I don't think we did.
I
No,
think
Iris
she's
is still here.
in. She's
Iris
still
is still in.
That's why I said while they still have hope.
Okay. Well, this makes this very easy because EM thinks, oh, well, this worked fine last time. Just kidding. Thanks for coming, Iris.
So Iris is eliminated shortly after Watson enters?
Yep. And the best way to put the analogy, so even though we used the Captain America line for Zen earlier, that was the Thanos fight. This is the Captain America fight. And it makes more sense when you look at, the styles they're bringing to the ring.
Oh, yeah.
So even if Subaru gets, overwhelmed, she's still going to, Captain America her way out of this one. Because she's the MMA expert. So, of course, she's going to get up close and personal and, wreck fools like that.
So there are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people left in the ring. Watson, Subaru, Ayame, Laplace, and Callie.
And right now we have EN trying their best to keep Subaru at bay. Do we want Holics to get in on that, or should they be just kind of, hanging back, let them fight?
I think
because I feel like that would be
even
their MO.
Holics recognizes that 4-on-1 is going to be their best shot at getting her out. That just seeing what she did, seeing Subaru eliminate Zentreya, they know that she is the next big target. They know that they can't try and scout her like they were trying to scout Zentreya. They need to get rid of Subaru if they want to have any chance as well. So I think the 4-on-1 is going to be what they do.
Okay.
Well, unless we want to have them blatantly break the rules, because the only one of Holics left in the match is Laplace. So
Well,
unless
that's
they all just dogpile back in the ring, which there's precedent for, that's been done before.
That is true.
Laplace is the only legal member of Holics left in the match.
Yeah, and they don't play by the rules, so you know what? that tracks.
I
think at this point that
or do we just have them decide, you know what? This is our time to strategically retreat. Let us rethink our strategy, and we will fight another day.
So Laplace self-eliminates as well? Is that what you're saying?
That or she gets cocky, tries to go for Subaru herself, and just gets tossed
Laplace
out of
would
the ring.
absolutely get cocky.
Okay. So Laplace, thanks for coming.
oh my god. Okay, I have to get this out. Laplace bum rushes Subaru, catches a Death Rider / Duck Rider for her troubles. But keep in mind her horns just get planted into the middle of the ring, and she gets stuck there for a minute. And eventually gets pulled out and then just chucked over the top rope.
Yeah, I've put on the sheet.
Pulled out.
Subaru yeets Laplace.
Yeah, no, straight up. She just plants her there and then just roundhouse kicks her over the top. Just boom, done. Yep.
Yeet the baby.
Basically. Oh yeah, you know what? It's not even a roundhouse. It would straight up be a football punt.
The way I see it happening from here is 29 happens, Korone comes in, they brawl for a minute, Okayu comes in.
Mm-hmm. And it sounded like you had something planned for them.
Well, yeah, because we want to do something with Okakoro, because right now it is the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, because it is Callie, Ayame, Subaru, Watson, Korone, and Okayu. I kind of want to give Okakoro something. Maybe Callie is just gassed at this point. She was number 20. And she had to fight through Zen for a while.
Question. Who do we want to look stronger by the end of this? Do we want Ame or Mori to look stronger by the end of this?
Callie is the one that has had a title attempt and feels like she is closer to another attempt, but at the same time, Watson is the only one who has never had any belt attempt. So maybe we give Watson something to justify giving her a title shot sometime soon.
let's give Watson her moment in the sun. Let's put her over on her way out.
Okay, this is why I was curious about this. So the
What you got?
events that I want to propose, so that we can finally get to our end game. Okakoro eliminates Mori. EN team had been linked up just to try and fend off this established duo as well. Obviously didn't work out so well because, again, Mori's basically had the crap beat out of her. She's done. She gave everything she could. Ame is the fresh one, so Ame can survive longer. Ame manages to break away from this particular situation. Subaru will focus on Okakoro. Ame will focus on Ayame. Take out Ayame. Subaru, even though Okakoro gives their best, they also fall to the might of Subaru. So if I'm correct, that should leave us with our final two of Subaru and Watson.
Yeah. Okay. So you want to put her over in that way. I was thinking of letting Watson get the KO on one of Okakoro or Ayame.
Oh no. She is gonna be part of, the final two, because what we have then is she realizes there is no way in hell she's gonna overpower Subaru. This much is very obvious. So, in kind of a callback to Holomania, she's been doing her training. She listened to Suisei Senpai. So she tries to be clever about the whole thing, using her powers, using her steps, using everything that she's tried to learn. And she manages to, for a while, stay a few, pardon the pun, steps ahead of Subaru. Unfortunately, it's still not good enough. She puts on an impressive showing, but ultimately Subaru is just so beast mode right now. There is absolutely nothing that can be done. All the tricks in the world aren't going to mean anything when Subaru can land one or two good techniques that will slow you down and make you easy pickings for an elimination. Watson does her best. She tried so hard and got so far.
But in the end,
it doesn't even matter.
And that makes Subaru the second Holo Royal Rumble winner with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did I count that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Sorry, 9. So Zen beat Noel's record earlier in the evening for most KOs, and then Subaru beats that record in the same Rumble. Over half of the eliminations, is that exact half? Because it's 14. Yeah, so half of the eliminations were done by two people.
Yep.
At this point, because this needs to, we need to set up for our ending shot here. At some point, Roboco had made her way down from the skybox and is sitting on commentary for this match. So now, Ozura Subaru is your winner of the Rumble. Roboco, who is now at the commentary table, takes off the headset, climbs up into the ring. They have their stare down. This is your Holo Mania main event for the world title.
Or is it? Dun dun dun! Because holy crap, by God, that is that Pecora's music? Usada Pecora is what? No.
Walking down the ramp, holding out a piece of paper.
Oh no, it's not. It's not a piece of paper. It's the damn briefcase.
Okay.
It's the damn briefcase.
She's
flanked by a referee, one of the members of Holo Stars. Oh my good
He's
God,
looking
no.
incredibly nervous, mind you. He does not look happy to be here.
Subaru and Roboco are both standing eye to eye in the ring when this happens. Subaru realizes immediately what's going on, wisely rolls out of the ring to get out of the way. She wants no part of what's about to go down. Roboco is starting to put it together. By the time she realizes what has happened, Pekora has handed the referee the briefcase.
The announcement comes
And we
over
hear,
the PA. Yeah.
We hear Oski over the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, Usada Pekora is cashing in her Holoday bonus contract for a world title match.
Now, please remember how many times this poor audience has been popped over the course of this one match alone. And this is the end. This should be the end of the show. We're ready to just, go home.
Go home.
Tonight.
We're tired.
Honestly,
but
Mario,
holy crap! What? No way!
We even go so far as to fake out the at-home viewers. Roboco and Subaru are staring down. There's the lower third copyright graphic that suddenly goes away as soon as Pekora's music starts playing.
Yeah, we had Subaru, we have the stare down. Subaru even motions towards the sign, you could swear this is it, and that's when the music hit. So the announcement has been made, the bell rings, it's on, this is happening. This is you thought the Rumble was the end of Holo Queendom. Oh no,
welcome
friends,
to the secret main event.
Joel, this was
is the
your
bonus
idea
match.
to do it like this, so full credit.
Yes,
full credit to Joel for booking this as a secret main event. This was a brilliant move.
Yeah, this is the true ending. we've unlocked the true ending here. We're going into overtime, y'all. So much so that we had to tell the satellite broadcasting network that, hey, our freemium live event is going to run a couple of minutes over. We're going to fake everybody out, keep the feed running. Nobody knew this was happening. We knew something was afoot because we heard some rumblings, and we are very crafty broadcasters, but the audience didn't see this coming. Seasoned wrestling fans should not be surprised in the least that this has happened, but at the same time, they're shocked that, wait, if Pekora is doing this now, why didn't she do this after that knockdown, drag-out main event last night? Well, as much of a piece of crap as she has been throughout this entire storyline, she still has something to prove. So, at very least, she is getting, for all intents and purposes, the freshest Roboco that she could possibly get, considering what happened the previous night.
The freshest, but unfortunately for Roboco, the most unprepared. She completely catches Roboco off guard with this, which is why she is ultimately able to get the better hand over Roboco.
How long do you think the match goes?
This
isn't a squash match.
No.
This is a absolutely mind-boggling display. It's fireworks, but it's probably not long-lived. I feel like this is a 5? I was going to say 15. You think really as short as 5?
This is a fast, intense car crash 5 minutes. It is just an absolute.
And honestly, that's probably all the audience has energy for at this point, anyways.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm with Mario. It can be intense, it can be fast paced, but it needs to be quick.
Yeah, this is going to be quick, but it is going to be a hell of a thing. False finishes everywhere. You have no idea where this is going to go. You expect some, cheeky shenanigans, you're expecting the Usada Corp to just flow down and just cause some sort of a drubbing. You're expecting shenanigans, but no, it's still hyper competitive. Except for one thing. So because the champion was in the ring and completely unprepared, she had the belt with her. At one point in the scramble. Now this is going to be a little bit of a bender because normally this would be the beginnings of a flagrant DQ, and you're thinking, oh, this is gonna be an easy DQ finish, right? Pekora gets her hands on the belt. You think that, oh, she's gonna try and somehow scam her way into an easy belt shot victory. No. She grabs it, not brandishing it as a weapon. She just has it there for defense. Because Roboco, out of desperation, tries to drop Pekora with the code breaker. You can't get DQ'd for using something for defense. She blocks it with the belt.
She uses the belt as a shield.
She uses the belt as a shield. And because in this universe, presumably the belt is made of sterner stuff than Roboco's legs, she basically just crippled herself. Roboco has taken away her biggest advantage. And because she was already damaged from the night before, oh my god, her greatest weapon is taken away from her. Pekora goes through all of her classics to put this away. Pain Peko Piledriver, PKO. She wants to make sure.
PKO.
Oh, she makes sure that it is very difficult for Roboco to get back to her senses, and knowing that she's just damaged the legs, she wants to prove one last thing to herself. She wants to make the champion tap. She wants there to be no question that even though it was really sketchy how she got there, she is the champ. Scorpion Deathlock, middle of the ring. She gives everything she has. You can hear the metal creak. It is absolutely painful to listen to. She wrenches it in with everything she's got. The champion, after months of successful defenses, absolutely ludicrous amounts of punishment, caught unaware, had her greatest gift since joining this promotion literally be her downfall. She taps. Stunned
Here is
silence.
your winner.
And new world champion,
Usada Pekora.
You want to
Tokyo
talk
Dome.
about Thanos? You want to talk about Thanos, Mario?
Mm-hmm.
You want to talk about collecting the Infinity Stones? How about I give you the collection of the entirety of the HCW belt lineup, now held by the Usada Corporation?
It has taken this long, but their patience and their hard work has paid off. The Usada Corporation now hold every championship title in HCW. They are on top of the world, and they are all going in to Holo Mania as champions.
You can hear a pin drop in the Tokyo Dome. Remember, this is
after
a large
a night of
sports stadium.
deafening roars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, deafening roars, absolute silence. There is an uncomfortable amount of it as the rest of Usada Corp, gold in hands or on shoulders or wherever they want to keep them, make their way to the ring, clapping for their leader, who looking like she just went through a 60-minute gauntlet in the Hololive Rumble, clutching her prize, treating it like she just ran 15 marathons. Usada Corp joins her. The rest are triumphantly posing. She is still just relishing the moment. Roboco
The sound
is
ringing
done.
through the stadium. That laugh. That damn laugh.
And
Mario,
then the booze. You remember all the goodwill, just an eruption of booze. This is the kind of thing people will be throwing garbage into the ring. That is how pissed off they are. This is just to the audience a travesty. They saw it coming, but they didn't think it could happen. They couldn't believe it. The bad guys have won. What the fresh hell? We are so mad. It was an amazing match, an amazing night.
You had
Mario.
Zentreya. You had the
Mario.
return of Subaru.
If you could do me a favor, please, and switch our on-screen graphic over to our main promotional image.
Are we talking about the thanks for watching or just something else?
No.
Like our main promotional image for this event.
Say it with me now.
Long
live
the queen.
the queen.
Please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and follow us across social media for updates. Thanks for watching!